crime. Dylan Beach is missing here from the broadcast booth. It's going to be just me today. What'd you need another cup for? Oh, he's going to crack a little cold one in the 7th inning.
Are bringing you all home Oahe Zap games all season long. Tune in on the radio, listen on the app, or watch live on drgnews.com. Now let's send it to the broadcast booth for some Oahe Zap baseball.
A picture-perfect day here at historic Hyde Stadium. 95 degrees, sunny, not a cloud in sight. Busy weekend here in central South Dakota, and we are so thrilled you'll be joining us for this matchup between the Oahe Zap and the Casper Spuds on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Hello, everybody. I'm Justin Cowart, welcoming you into the broadcast booth for Game 2 of this 4-game set here at home. A long home stretch for the Oahe Zap. They're so excited to be home, and we're so excited to be bringing you some Oahe Zap baseball here this afternoon. I'm joined by Dylan Beach and Eli Lewis, our producer, director, engineer extraordinaire, and we are about 10 or so minutes away from first pitch here as the boys in blue today are donning the white jerseys, and a hot one. That's the smart move. Another smart move by the Casper Spuds, shedding the black jerseys. They're going with purple today. And Dylan, tough loss for the Zap yesterday. Felt like they were so close to breaking through, getting back in that ball game. They took the lead early. They gave it back and put runners on base, but just couldn't seem to get the right guys across at the right times.
Yeah, it was just a heartbreaker. It felt like every time the Zap were getting ready to strike, just something got in the way. If it was the Nick Golden base run that the ball hit them, or the couple of times that they had stranded a lot of guys on with 2 outs, and it was just kind of one where you felt like they were so close to breaking through that game, and they can't get it all together right now.
Yeah, and you and I talked a lot in breaks, in postgame yesterday, and pregame today. This Zap team feels like they are just 1 or 2 steps away from breaking through. They haven't had the benefit of playing a very easy schedule. They've faced off with the 1-seeded team in the ILB, in the Hastings Sodbusters. They had a long 7-game series with the 3rd-place team, the Spearfish Sasquatch, and they're playing another good team in the Casper Spuds here today. But iron sharpens iron, and you got to feel like with this Zap team having opportunities to get wins, they just really haven't had things go their way here throughout the early half of this start of the summer in 2025 as we're kind of diving deeper into the meat of this schedule. These are some very important games, and it feels like the Zap, they don't need to get a win today, but it would really be good for the momentum, for the mentality, if they would be able to pull off a W and even this series back up at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take it 1 game at a time, but when you're dealing with a losing streak, you just got to get back into the win column any way you can. And with Oahe Days this weekend, you're trying to get people into the ballpark again. Got to get back on the right foot and get out with a W today.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Oahe Days, and there's a lot of great promotions going on here at Hyde Stadium. If you come showing up in your cowboy hat today, you'll get in for free. You don't have to buy a ticket. I'm looking down. I don't see any cowboy hats just yet. We still got some time. I know that folks are driving around the central South Dakota area, still making their way here for the ball game. They've also got, if you show up with your Carnival wristband, you'll get a free slushie. Is that correct, Dylan?
Yes, sirree.
And you can also show up with your drink wristband or drink ticket, whatever they're handing out to the adults over the age of 21. If you show up wearing that today, you'll get $1 off an ice-cold beer at the beer station, and I think anybody can get on board with that.
Amen, Justin. Another hot one. I mean, not as bad as yesterday, but a nice cold beer will always feel good on a hot summer day.
What goes better than baseball on a Saturday afternoon in the middle of summer at Hyde Stadium and a nice cold bucket of beer? And I'll tell you what does nothing. We're getting set here for first pitch. We've got a very interesting development here in our umpiring crew, as we know that Drew Life kind of stepped in when needed yesterday. We saw Chris Dozark also step in yesterday afternoon. Big thanks to both of those guys for filling in when we didn't know if we were going to have umpires, but we've got a very familiar face. We talked about it in the last week's series. This guy wears many hats. He's a great bowler. He's obviously a great singer. We heard him perform our national anthem. He's a great play-by-play guy around the state of South Dakota. And now Brian Oakland is throwing on the padding and will be calling balls and strikes for a majority of today's game. When we heard him sing the national anthem last week, I think you thought, hey, this guy can do it all. Well, he can really do it all.
Yeah, I could not believe when Alex came up to me and goes, yeah, that guy who sang the anthem the other night, he's calling balls and strikes. And it's even funnier that he's doing a partial game.
Right. We might have a substitution come in for Brian Oakland today. The great Richard Gilmore, who, if you followed us along on a lot of our Zap broadcasts, we could not speak higher of Richard Gilmore. He is just such an interesting character. He is trying to make his way from out of state. His ETA is around 7:45, and if today's game goes like last night's game, he'll probably get here at about the top half of the second inning.
Yeah, it's teams use relief pitchers all the time, but I've never heard of a relief umpire. That is just unheard of. I mean, there was talks of pushing this game back so Richard Gilmore could get here for first pitch, but he's getting here middle of the game, so it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he takes to the game.
Well, we'll take you kind of through what happened last night. It was 105 degrees at first pitch, feels like temperature at 108. It has cooled down mightily right to around the mid-90s here this afternoon, so not too much heat to deal with for these guys, but of course we get the benefit of sitting up here in the air-conditioned broadcast booth this afternoon, but still a hot one down on the field for the guys today on the opposing side and, of course, the home side, including our boys in blue, Brian Oakland and Drew Life, our home plate and field umpire this afternoon. Yesterday, it was a good start for the Zap. They got on the board. We saw a nice little triple out of Ty Farwell, who I believe that was Ty Farwell that legged out that triple yesterday afternoon. No, it was actually Nick Golden who legged out that triple. Ty Farwell turned a very nice double play that got the Zap out of a jam. But the seventh inning came. TJ Eikenberry, who has been outstanding all season long, just didn't have his best stuff. The Casper Spuds hung a 7 spot, and that was all she wrote. Now, the Zap did get themselves in opportunities where they were trying to put guys on base. They did so successfully. They just couldn't bring them across. And, we talked about it yesterday. It's not about giving up some big innings where you give up your opponents to 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 runs, but when you give up 6 or 7 runs in an inning, that is a tough mountain to climb, because we've seen that this Zap ball club is really able to score some runs. It just doesn't come in the 7 amount that we saw yesterday from the Spuds.
Yeah, and with the Zap having to kind of play that small ball mentality this year, when they get those early outs, it's really been handicapping their kind of ability to put those big innings across. They draw the bases loaded, but there's already 2 away, so you don't really have much room for error. And when you're having to play perfect, it's going to be a hard time to get those runs across.
And we did see some some Zap production with 2 outs, and we get a little early pass by on the train tracks. Not exactly the train we were expecting. It actually looks like an F-350, but there's always something scenic here at Hyde Stadium. The visiting team, the Casper Spuds, have made their way out onto the third baseline, and their starting lineup tonight, very similar to last night. Matt Marsick will be leading off for the Spuds and playing left field. In center field, it'll be the speedy Elijah Reeves. Hunter Billingsley will be batting third and playing first base today for the Casper Spuds. Cale McCarville batting in that 4 spot, hitting cleanup and playing third base. River Smith will be playing out in right field today and batting 5th. Brody Barker will be catching today and batting 6th. Jack Opine playing shortstop and batting 7th. Stone Vasic will be batting 8th and DHing today. And Andrew Witt will be batting 9, coming up in the back end for this Casper Spuds lineup. For the home team, Oahe Zap, Ty Farwell in a bit of an unfamiliar spot, batting leadoff today, Dylan, and playing third base.
Yeah, Gavin Frazier getting moved down in the lineup a bit. He kind of struggled a little bit at the plate last night, and he'll be the first one to tell you that, but he's been so good this year, I won't be surprised if he bounces back strong tonight.
Well, he didn't get moved far. He's hitting in the 2 spot today, and again playing shortstop. He's been a very reliable glove for the Oahe Zap this season. Mason Lang will get the start behind the dish tonight, batting third. Vince Palizzi will be out in the field, as we've seen him DH a lot, but he'll be getting the start at first base and batting cleanup. Connor Goldberg will be playing in right field. Quinn Ludvigsen DHing today, batting 6th. Alex Jackson will be in left field. Trey Runge getting the start at second base today, and Andrew Phillips will be out in center field and batting 9th. Well, folks, it's time for our national anthem sung by the great Jeff Adele, so we'll step aside and we'll let Jeff have the floor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Always an outstanding anthem when performed by our outstanding PA announcer, Jeff Adele. We are moments away from first pitch, and we cannot wait to bring you some baseball on this Saturday afternoon. No Zap players standing out on the first base line, no standoff today. I think that means that these guys mean business, and it should, as the Zap haven't really played their best ball as of late, and it just feels like they've got everything going all at once, and then just one inning will happen and everything comes crumbling down, so we'll see if the Zap can avoid that here this afternoon.
Yeah, and lately they've been getting out to these early leads, and they throw that first punch, they get a few across, and then you're working with a lead for a while, and then the other team responds, and then most nights it's that big inning, and it kind of just puts the Zap away before it's ever even started. So they're winning the fight for 6 innings or almost the full round, and then they just get knocked out.
And I have to imagine, too, that Jamie Habiger, the Zap head coach and manager, along with the co-owner, is kind of telling his team, guys, we have to clean it up on the infield. We saw some errors made by some different players on some very routine plays that led to some Casper Spuds runs. And if you avoid those, well, you can kind of put together a winning formula, be able to pull off a W.
Yeah, and when you're preaching efficient pitching, you got to be able to back up your pitcher. If he's throwing strikes and getting you those ground balls, you got to be able to convert those into easy outs so you can keep those days going.
Absolutely. Today's pitching matchup will be Jake Martinez on the bump for the Casper Spuds, and the fan-friendly A.J. Ponciano will get the start here for the Oahe Zap. And I guess we know why there was no standoff today, because one of our main standoff guys is out there on the mound, and A.J. Ponciano.
Yeah, he couldn't have stood on the first baseline tonight. He has to be on the mound for first pitch.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see him. We had him up in the booth last week and got to talk to him a little bit about not only that standoff that made the rounds on social media, but also how he feels about this team. And you know what, I liked AJ before we had him up in the booth, but man, what a nice kid, and how much fun was it having the opportunity to talk to him a little bit and get to pick his brain on this team and get to talk some baseball with him.
Yeah, it's always fun when we get to have a player on, and I definitely, fans out there, look forward to some more of those in the future.
Absolutely. We'll have some more players on throughout this long homestand. As we mentioned, this is game 2 of a 10-game stretch in 11 days for the Oahe Zap, and we're bringing all of it to you on River 92.7 and streaming on drgnews.com. Mason Lang has shook Brian Oakland's hand, and Oakland's going to clean off the dish here as Matt Marsick makes his way to the left-handed batter's box. A couple nice formalities being shared here. Big smile on Brian Oakland's face here as he has put the gear on, and I think he picked a better day than yesterday to do it. About 15 degrees cooler down on the field. A.J. Ponciano is set. Matt Marsick has dug in. And now for the ball game. As Ponciano shows his numbers to Marsick, the first pitch is in there for strike 1.
Wondering if Brian's doing play-by-play in his head behind the plate down there.
I think he does play-by-play with just about everything he does. You can take the microphone off the man, but you can't take the play-by-play out of the man, that's for sure. 0-1 count here to Marsick. Ponciano delivers, and Marsick will swing and foul that one off to the on-deck circle towards the Spuds dugout. Zap, as we mentioned, are in their white tops with white bottoms. Zap in white and blue stretched across the chest. Blue caps today. The Casper Spuds getting rid of those black jerseys and going with the purple today with the gray pinstripe pants. They've got their numerals outlined in light blue, the interior in white, and Spuds in cursive across the chest. Ponciano's got an 0-2 count, make it 1-2 as he misses down and in to Matt Marsick. Absolutely perfect day for baseball here today. Not a hint of a breeze. That flag is resting kindly and softly out in right center field. No clouds overhead. You can see some trees moving with that customary breeze that we get, but not strong enough to move the flag. Here's the 1-2 from Ponciano. That one is ripped down the right field line, but curling foul. I was impressed by a lot of things from this Casper Spuds lineup yesterday, but none more than their speed and their disciplined base running. We saw them run into 1 out, but they're always active on the base paths, and it's very important to keep guys like Matt Marsick and the guy in the on-deck circle, Elijah Reeves, off of the base paths if you want to keep these guys at bay. Deep breath from Ponciano. Here's the 1-2 again. That is in there and just a bit low.
Yeah, and for sure, if the speed threat's just 1 through 9, a lot of capable runners on this team, there's not really a let-up. You got to keep the speed off the base paths because throwouts are going to be hard in this league.
There's nowhere really to hide with this Spuds 1 through 9. Here's the 2-2 from Ponciano. That one fouled back into the netting behind home plate. And don't worry, Casper Spuds fans, as Brian Oakland understands the assignment. He is not going to be calling this game one way or the other. He is he frequents throwing on the umpiring gear. He umpires all around the state. So it's not just some random guy that they pulled off the street. Here's the 2-2 again, and that one bounces in. Nice block by Mason Lang. Nobody on the base paths to run. You like to get Mason Lang stretched out and get him used to blocking some pitches back there.
Been an impressive at-bat from Marsick, going from 0-2 to a full count.
Indeed it has. Marsick took a strike looking for strike 1, fouled off strike 2, but has worked it back full here. And here's the payoff pitch from Ponciano. That is down and away. Good take by Marsick. And that'll be another leadoff walk, something we saw yesterday that really nipped at the heels of the Oahe Zap and came back to bite them later in the ballgame.
And that's one you just would have loved to have had. Get the first out of the day, get the speedy runner off, and now might see a bunt here from Reeves.
Might see a bunt, might see Marsick take off stealing. Mason Lang, not a guy you want to run on, but of course Matt Marsick, not a guy you want to put on the base paths.
8-pitch walk to Marsick.
Ponciano delivers the first pitch to Elijah Reeves, and that one just a bit off the plate for ball 1. Only got a moment to talk to Brian Oakland before the game. Didn't have a chance to ask him what his strike zone was going to look like, so we'll kind of pick it up as the innings go along. And now they've got Marsick in between. He's going to throw down to second, Vince Palizzi, and it gets by the shortstop, Gavin Frazier, and the second baseman, Trey Runge. That just goes to show the speed. The throw from Ponciano was down low. Vince Palizzi had to pick it out, but they had him dead to rights. And I think a good throw from A.J. Ponciano to Vince Palizzi might have fostered a good throw from Palizzi down to Gavin Frazier.
Yeah, there wasn't anything in rhythm about that play from the start. Just was kind of struggling to get him out, and with how fast he is, you got to be perfect there.
So the Spuds now have a runner on second base with nobody out here in the top of the first. Ponciano delivers, and that one is just a bit off the plate for ball 2. So we're starting to see a little bit of what Brian Oakland's zone is going to look like. You're going to have to be getting the ball really tight in over the plate. But, of course, these are college players. They're not giving you any strikes in this league. This one in there for strike 1 as it crosses. Well, did he call that a strike or no? He's saying now it's 3-0. The way he signaled it looked like a strike, but what he was motioning was that the ball was a bit too high for Ponciano and for Brian Oakland's liking, so now 3-0 is the count.
Yeah, one interesting thing about him is he kind of shows you where you miss without even asking about every time.
Well, that's a great character trait from an umpire. Now Ponciano misses away, and that's 2 quick walks to the first 2 batters in this Casper Spuds lineup, and now they got runners on first and second with nobody out. And we may see the earliest mound visit we've seen all season. Jamie Habiger going to run out and have a chat with his starting pitcher, A.J. Ponciano.
And, I mean, baseball's such a momentum game. You can't let it get away from you in the first. You got to kind of settle back in, really take a deep breath here, attack the next batter. But with these 2 speedsters on, I mean, an extra base hit would likely be 2 runs.
And we'll see Hunter Billingsley after this mound visit commences. And if you're A.J. Ponciano, you would love a ground ball here. See if you can get the double play opportunity. Billingsley is not as quick as Marsick and Reeves, but it's all about getting that first out. Habiger heading back to the Zap dugout. He brought in the whole infield on that one, I guess, to talk a little strategy about where to go and what to do if the ball is hit to a certain infielder, wherever it ends up. Billingsley will step in. Ponciano with his set misses high and away for ball 1. Ponciano, when he comes set, he doesn't work out of the windup, only the stretch. And he's got a pretty unique stretch at that. He kind of sets that left foot as a right-handed pitcher, his front foot, which is his left, way out in front of his right. And he kind of turns his back to the batter as if to shield his pitch. This one's grounded to the right side. Going to get to it is Runge, looking for it, covering A.J. Ponciano, and they've got the first out. Nice play over there by the right side of the infield. Vince Palizzi tried to track that one down, but what it did was draw him way off the base, and a good job by A.J. Ponciano doing his job and covering first to make sure he was there for the Trey Runge throw over.
Yeah, and it was good to get an out. He had thrown 9 straight balls before that one, so got to get back in, settle in, go attack the batter now and try to eliminate the sac fly opportunity.
And that'll bring in Cale McCarville, the Spuds' third baseman and cleanup hitter today, and he's got a golden opportunity with just 1 out and runners on second and third. First pitch to McCarville's down and away for ball 1.
10 straight balls for Ponciano. Got to find the zone here.
And Ponciano is another guy that's about as cool as a cucumber and maybe just needs to get into a rhythm. 1-0 in there for strike 1. We've talked about it before, but much like a quarterback and like one of your favorite quarterbacks, Andrew Luck, maybe you just need to get hit for that first time and, you know, just feel a little bit of contact to loosen yourself up and really get into this game. 1-1, 1 out. Here's the pitch from Ponciano. That's in there for strike 2.
That's just what the doctor ordered. You hadn't thrown a strike since the first batter. Now you're ahead in the count. Chance to attack and get rid of the sac fly.
So Ponciano has got the count ahead of Cale McCarville here. Ponciano comes set, staring right at Matt Marsick at third base. Here's the 1-2. That is in there for strike 3. Cale McCarville goes down looking, and that's a huge strikeout for A.J. Ponciano. Takes the sac fly out of play.
And that's what you want to see more of out of this pitching staff. Is it feels like in the 2-strike counts, they kind of tend to waste a lot of pitches. They don't really go attack with a strike. He throws it, gets the low strike call, and then get the runner out.
So you're saying attack the batter.
Yeah,
attack that strike zone.
Sometimes they waste too many pitches. I'm fine with maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but they got to have a purpose.
That one just barely missing the right leg of River Smith on the inside pitch. But I have to agree with you, Dylan. It's, you see guys get ahead 0-2 or 1-2, and then they throw a high fastball to try to see if they'll chase and maybe throw something off the plate, and then next thing you know, it's 3-2. And they're having to throw a comeback pitch that doesn't always find the zone. 1-0 count here from Ponciano. That one catches the bottom half of the zone for strike 1.
And what we've seen a lot here lately is they try to throw that high fastball, but it misses so far off the plate that they're not getting any sort of a bite on it, and it's often just a free ball to the other team. It doesn't set up anything else in the sequence.
Absolutely. You're trying to get him to chase one out of the zone. Here's the pitch. That one swung on and missed, and it's quickly 1-2. Good off-speed pitch there from A.J. Ponciano to River Smith, and now he's 1 strike away from getting out of a second and third jam in which he set up with just 1 out. Ponciano comes set, and the 1-2 in there for strike. Well, the way that he motioned that, he took his right hand and pointed over to the Casper Spuds dugout. But it's going to say ball 2. Pitch looked good from up here, but of course we don't have the best angle. So now the count runs 2-2. And I'll admit, maybe got a little ahead of myself there. We'll see if Ponciano can get him on this one. Fouled back into the fencing, and we'll do it again.
I will give you that. Brian doesn't really point off to his right for strikes like a lot of umps do,
No,
typically.
He points across the chest over to his left. And you know it's different? We always get seemingly a different home plate umpire, a new crew coming in, different series. So they all have different rhythms. It's a lot like players. You kind of get used to your umpires and what their mannerisms are. Here's the 2-2 again from Ponciano. That one didn't miss the zone. That is strike 3, and Ponciano gets out of the first inning jam. The Spuds leave 2 runners on second and third with 1 out, but A.J. Ponciano gets out of it. We'll stay right here for our first inning Fiber Fact. Our first inning Fiber Facts are brought to you by Venture Communications, and while we've had great weather this week, you know that the fiber isn't affected by weather. Any bad storms coming through the area like wireless is. You know, you get a bad storm, wireless can go down very easily, but Venture Communications brings you fiber that can't be touched by bad weather in South Dakota. So if you get your fiber, any storm that rolls through, which can happen in the blink of an eye, as we so often see here in this part of the state, it won't be affected by Venture Communications fiber. And Venture's doing some great things on Facebook. If you want to go check them out and get a good laugh, go to Venture Communications on Facebook. Big thanks to Venture for sponsoring our first inning Fiber Facts. We get our first look at Jake Martinez for the Casper Spuds, wearing number 23 today. We saw a little bit of a number change. If we do end up seeing one of these Spuds players who changed numbers today, we'll let you know. Martinez, a pretty average build right-handed thrower. He's got a good fastball. Nothing that'll really blow you away, but he's also got a curveball and some other off-speed pitches. Slower delivery. We just saw his curveball there. Not much movement on it, but a little bit of dive to it, and that can make some Zap players guess here and there.
He's got really impressive numbers on the year, too. A 1.7 ERA, a sub-1 whip. I mean, he's been one of their kind of impressive guys when they've had some good returners in that starting pitching group, and he's been just an excellent one for them this year.
And so we get to see our first look at Jake Martinez. We also get to see our first look at Ty Farwell batting in the leadoff spot. Do you think that was more so to try to get Gavin Frazier the pressure off of him from batting first in this lineup, put him behind Ty Farwell, give him a little bit of a break? Because, you know, to the average baseball viewer, they may not understand what can happen when you move around the lineup and put a guy in a different place, but it can totally change the mentality of a hitter when you have somebody going out in front of you and maybe somebody that can take a little bit of that pressure off.
Yeah, and batting leadoff, there's so much pressure because you're really the connector. I mean, obviously you start the game off, but if the bottom of the lineup gets hot, it's going to turn right around to you, and we saw that a couple of times last night where Gavin just wasn't getting the at-bats that he would have liked to have had, and he was getting frustrated with himself a bit, so getting moved one spot down in the lineup, put a bit of that pressure onto Ty Farwell, who's been a tremendous hitter in his own right, and see if that switch-up gets something rolling for the Zap.
Absolutely. We get our tall left-hander Ty Farwell, whose mom has spent a majority of the time of this season here in Pierce, South Dakota, following this team around. She's a huge Zap fan, part of your cheering crew that went on the road to Spearfish, and I'm sure she's tuned in just above us up in Canada here this afternoon.
Unfortunately, she had to go back for a bit. She'll be back in July, though, back part of this avid Zap cheer block.
So Martinez, the right-handed hurler, comes set. The first pitch to Farwell, way inside for ball one. It was a marathon day yesterday. We had about a 4-hour broadcast. Game time was about 3 hours and 49 minutes. A far cry from what we see at the major league level with the pitch clock. Martinez delivers. That one in there for strike one. Good fastball right down the pipe. Things just kind of got hung up there in the middle of the game when the Spuds put 7 runs together. Of course, things will slow down when you're getting a lot of walks, a lot of long at-bats. Here's the 1-1 to Farwell. Check swing inside for ball two. Good hold up there by the Zap third baseman.
Yeah, those 6th and 7th innings last night were just a drag. I mean, we saw 7 from the Spuds in the 6th and then 6 combined runs between the teams in the 7th. I mean, that's just an equation for a long day.
Absolutely. Farwell ahead in the count here, 2-1. Martinez delivers. That one chopped up the middle, coming on to play it as Opine. Fields it, throws it, and it's not in time. Farwell legs out the play. Jack Opine made an outstanding play, but he didn't have much time because of how hard Ty Farwell hit that ball into the ground and how high of a hop it took right out in front of home plate.
And it was an impressive play because I think if that would have hopped one more time, it would have been not even a close play at the first base, as Farwell's really legging that one out, but good effort from Opine just to make that one close.
Yeah, Opine is a very talented shortstop. Had a lot of fun watching him, and we're going to continue to watch him here in today's game and then 2 more tomorrow and on Monday. That one gets by the catcher, Brody Barker, and on his way to second is Ty Farwell. So now the Zap with a little first inning magic brewing. They've got a runner in scoring position with nobody out, and Gavin Frazier at the plate. And we'll see if this change in the lineup maybe helps Gavin Frazier. Couldn't ask for a better scenario. You're ahead in the count 1-0, and you got a runner in Ty Farwell on second base.
And I think that also plays so well into what Gavin Frazier does at the plate, getting ahead early, because he's good at fighting off, but sometimes when he gets in those 0-2 strike counts, he kind of is just really fighting for his life, and if you can't make contact, you're going to go down easy. But if you can get out early and keep drawing these walks.
Well, I think Jamie Habiger would love to see Gavin Frazier poke one through one of these holes in the infield, maybe into the outfield, and he'll take strike one right down the middle and make Habiger look like the genius that he is for switching up this lineup. You know, it's always a question of, how is it going to work out? We go back to the Braves playoff run a couple years ago when they had the historic offense that they put together, and then inexplicably Brian Snitker changed up the lineup as this one's grounded sharply to Opine. He's going to get another shot. This one with some more pace on it. He throws it across the diamond, and Gavin Frazier is retired. But, back to that Braves point, I know I'm getting way off track here with talking about the Atlanta Braves, but it is kind of in keeping with this lineup change. That lineup was working so well. It was a historically great offense, and then Snitker changed up the lineup, and the Braves offense just couldn't get anything going. And the question was, why would you change it up if things were working so well? Well, kind of on the contrary here for the Zap. Things weren't working great. Habiger trying to change it up. We'll see if they can pay it off. First pitch to Mason Lang is outside for ball one. We saw Noah Cadena back behind the dish yesterday for the Zap. Mason Lang getting the start here today. Very crowded catcher's room with a lot of talent between those three. And Ty Farwell, Mason Lang, and Noah Cadena. Ty Farwell with some happy feet over there on second base, trying to take Martinez's attention away off of Mason Lang, but a good pitch from Martinez finds the bottom of the strike zone for strike one.
And Farwell trying to just distract the pitcher a little bit. Farwell not afraid to take some bags, but with a lefty in the box, it'd be hard to steal third.
Well, he's always jumping around out on the base paths, no matter where he is. And a pitch to Mason Lang just a bit off the plate for ball two. There's no hiding it. These two teams aren't exactly the best of friends with each other. Some of these guys are teammates, but in the ILB, there's a bit of a rivalry that is formed between these two. Farwell going for third, and the pitch is down and away, and no throw, and Farwell is into third sliding. So a nice sequence of events there.
They showed no interest in going for him at third. I mean, he got a great jump.
He did get a great jump, but Barker didn't even turn his head over to third base. So Farwell gets a stolen base. He's 90 feet away from giving the Zap the early lead. And a hitter's count here to Mason Lang. 3-1. Drilled off the end of the bat foul over the Spuds dugout. Speaking of the Braves, I see a Ronald Acuna Jr. jersey down there. You see some very interesting jerseys at these ball games from teams that are thousands of miles away. Here's the payoff pitch to Lang. He chops that one towards the shortstop. Opine coming on, going to throw it over to first. It is in time, but Ty Farwell comes in to score. So Mason Lang does his job, and the Zap lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the first inning.
Man, Opine's glove is going to be wore out after tonight. All three balls have been hit to him so far.
And they've all been very similar plays for him. He's had to charge up and kind of field them on some awkward hops, but the great glove of Jack Opine has been able to make 2 out of those 3 plays. That first one from Farwell was a bit of a Baltimore chop. That'll bring up Vince Polizzi with the bases empty. And we'd love to see Vince Polizzi get going. We've seen him strike some power into some baseballs here this season. He's got 2 outs, nobody on. Martinez delivers, and he takes strike 1 on a good off-speed pitch from Jake Martinez.
And Vince debuted a new walk-up song today, so if it's not working, he might have to go back to Let's Get Loud.
Well, that's a great... I didn't even recognize Let's Get Loud was his former walk-up song. That one's fouled into the netting. Not the walk-up song I would imagine Vince Polizzi would be playing. Did they give them free reign to choose any song that they wanted, or
they could pick anything, and his was Let's Get Loud because it was the first one or the second one I heard this year behind Naruto Saito's J-pop song that he changed out of for some reason.
Let's Get Loud. All right, let's see if Vince Polizzi can get loud on this 0-2. He fouls this one up into foul ground, giving chase as Hunter Billingsley puts his head up into the sky and can't make the play as he got dangerously close to those cinder blocks that line the field over there, or just to the right of the Zap dugout.
I'd have lost a tooth there.
Yeah, that's a dangerous play. We don't want to see Hunter Billingsley going face first into that rock wall over there. We got to see a little bit of Cannon Billingsley yesterday. Cannon came in late in the ball game. Still 0-2 to Polizzi with 2 outs. The pitch from Martinez checked his swing. He didn't go. That's strike 3. He dropped it, and Polizzi will just kind of go through the motions, running down to first base. Brody Barker fires it down, and that retires the side. But Ty Farwell gets on base. He gets himself to second, steals third, and comes home on a Mason Lang ground ball. Zap lead 1-0 after 1. We'll be back after this short break on River 92.7 and streaming on drgnews.com.
Support the Highmore Volunteer Fire Department this Friday at 9 p.m. for a street dance with music by the Urbandale Lane Band. $5 cover. Then on Saturday, come enjoy a smoked roast beef sandwich, sweet corn, and potatoes starting at $5.30. $15 a plate. All located at the Highmore Fire Hall. The beef is donated by Willow Creek and Weidenbach Ranch. Please support the Highmore Volunteer Fire Department this Saturday at 5:30. This invitation brought to you by Titan Machinery.
Here at the DRG Media Group, we know free, over-the-air radio works to get the word out. But we also know these days people consume information at different times of day and through a variety of different platforms. DRG Media Group's AM and FM radio stations, drgnews.com website, and DRG News mobile app provide local news, sports, weather, area high school athletic events, music and entertainment news, and more. And thanks to our advertisers, it's available to you for free. But we want you to share information with us, too. By using the Contact Us feature on the drgnews.com website or the DRG News mobile app, you can send us a request for advertising information, a news or sports item, a weather cancellation, and more. Fill in your information, select which type of inquiry you have, provide the relevant details, then click Submit. We make qualifying information available to the public using our various DRG Media Group platforms.
Back here at Hyde Stadium, it's a 1-0 Zap lead after Mason Lang drives in Ty Farwell. Perfect day for baseball. As folks around the central South Dakota area a little bit spread out here this weekend. We've had the state high school rodeo finals. We've got Oahe Days going on here this weekend. Going to continue on tonight. And, we had a lot of fun last night, but I think the guys up here in the booth are kind of hoping for a shorter game so you can get over and listen to some music here this evening.
Now, we're trying to see what Oahe Days is all about, man. We didn't get to make it over last night after the game. Had a bit of cleanup duties, but hopefully we'll have a shorter game than yesterday, which was by far our longest of the year. It's the 6-7-8 due up for the Casper Spuds. Barker to the plate here versus Ponciano. The 0-0 showing bunt, pulls it away for ball one. And
you know what was interesting yesterday? The Spuds had runners on first and second. They showed bunt, took a ball, and then went away from the bunt, and then the count quickly went 1-2. I was a little bit perplexed by that move.
As Ponciano, the 0-1, in there for strike one. And it was kind of a weird decision because they had a couple of balls that looked like prime bunt candidates, and they just had no interest in them. As I believe that was when they had runners on first and second with nobody away, too, so a nice spot for it as the 1-1 off speed just misses for ball two.
Yeah, and after the way that the Hastings Sodbusters kind of put the Zap brains in a blender with all those bunts, I would think that teams watching that game film would try to follow suit.
Certainly something the Zap were working on. The 2-1 now from Ponciano in there for strike two. Zap getting to the ballpark quite a bit earlier today. Interns, we got here around 2 o'clock, and some players were following suit, taking an extra extended batting practice, doing all sorts of base running drills and stuff. Was a long session to get warmed up today. As the 2-2 from Ponciano belted back towards our booth, just narrowly missing the concession stand. Fouled off. That would get a redo of the 2-2 here now from Ponciano.
We still haven't taken one off the window of our broadcast booth. After seeing that foul ball, though, it makes me believe that we sure could.
Still have that ball that hit just above our window the other night. The 2-2 from Ponciano belted into left field. That one going to get down for a leadoff hit. Going to be a double. Jackson the relay in. Just not in time. Turungi. Was a nice throw from Jackson to make that one close, but was going to be a hard play. Was just driven the other way. So a 2-strike double to lead things off for the Casper Spuds.
And a good job by Brody Barker there, hustling out of the box. He had 2 on his mind the second he made contact with that, and a really strong shot down the left field line. So credit him for legging out that double.
After just narrowly fouled one off that just about hit us up in the booth, gets a leadoff double as Opine to the plate, watches that one in for ball one. We've had a couple of close ones. We still have that one sitting on top of the grate above us because our GM Alex Sheets' son keeps reminding me about it every day. He wants me to get it down, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do that for you, but he sure is.
I don't know if the insurance policy covers you climbing up there to grab that one off.
He sure does want me to get it down. As the 1-0 from Ponciano. Off speed just misses for ball 2. Really thought he was going to get strike 1 on that one.
Close pitch, but home plate umpire Brian Oakland has shown you've got to get it over the plate. Got to catch a piece. He's not going to give any free passes here.
With a lot of the Zap pitchers that try to paint the outside portion of the zone, it's going to be something to adjust to. The 2-0, that one in there for strike 1 for Ponciano. A lot of this Zap team not really known for their flame-throwing ability. A lot of more kind of placement-type pitchers. And if you can't really paint the corners, you're going to have to really adjust to try to get these strikes. The 2-1, that one in there for strike 2. And quickly, Ponciano evens up the count at 2 apiece to Opine.
Really good comeback there from Ponciano, getting behind 2-0. 2 really well-placed pitches to get back in this count. And a good hitter in Opine. We'll see if he can take him down here.
Opine was active on defense. 3 straight balls hit to him. As the 2-2 from Ponciano sets, deals, swung on and missed for strike 3. Ponciano comes back from being behind 2-0 for the first out of the inning. And now our beer batter tonight, Stone Vasic. And I am sure this crowd with another hot day in Pier would love a strikeout here from Ponciano.
Got to give the folks what they came here to see. We even got a fan down here rocking one of the Zap yellow helmets. That's the first I've seen a lot of Zap gear out in the crowd, but not a helmet yet.
Yellow from Ponciano, and I'm pretty sure that's our bat boy tonight. He might be getting some much-deserved time off while we're pitching and don't need him to retrieve bats. I'm pretty sure that's the bat boy for tonight.
Well, it's good to see he's still practicing precautions and safety, even in the stands.
He came in, and I heard him just say, I'm the bat boy tonight. Like,
good
just
for him.
So excited. The 1-0 fouled off. Just about got the guy.
Andrew Witt's got to keep his head on a swivel back there. You know, it always scares me seeing these guys, and I know that these guys are college players, and I'm not their parents, but if I was their parents, and I know that we do have some players' parents, get off of that wall and get back in the dugout. Scares the daylights out of me.
Get in the on-deck circle. I mean, he is nowhere near the on-deck circle. He is in some dangerous territory over there. A 1-1 from Ponciano. Off-speed misses for ball 2. Going back to the bat boy. He's one that I think he's been waiting a while to be doing it, because after every game you see him outside that dugout waiting for some autographs. Always a fun day when you get to be the bat boy or bat girl, and you still want to be. Sign-ups are still happening for this year. The 2-1, swung on and missed for strike 2. Just like that, 1 strike away from $2 off a beer here in Hyde Stadium.
And you can hear Jeff Adele starting the beer chant here in Hyde Stadium.
As Brooks Cartwright and Jeff Adele trying to get this crowd hyped for some cheap beer. Ponciano trying to be the one to give it to him. Checking on the runner at second. Sets and fires. The 2-2 belted. They're going to have to wait for some beer. That one probably going to score one. Stop signs put on. Jackson not willing to test the arm after he just about made the play at second earlier. So the runner advances a third. Runners on the corners with 1 away. So that one just squeaked through the infield. Ponciano just maybe left that one a bit over the plate.
Well, 2 strike hits here for the Spuds, and you know, Ponciano has fought back nicely to get back in both counts. A good 2 strike hitting by the Spuds. You got a lot of faith in the speed of Brody Barker over there coming around third base. That was going to be I think if he had been sent, that would have been.
I think I was overestimating how much room there was between him and Jackson, as that one misses for ball 1. I mean, we have seen a lot of aggressive base running.
Absolutely,
that one might have been.
We sure have.
That one might have been.
That would have been very aggressive.
Very aggressive, but he had taken off pretty early in it. And don't know, just maybe thought he had that in him.
I'm interested to see what the Zap do here if Stone Vasic decides to try to take second with runners on first and third.
And we saw them last night throw it to second, and Reeves comes back in and scores on the double steal, and that was on a play of 2 outs, so that one was kind of a bit of a head-scratcher from the Zap last night. As with 1 out, I could see you trying to take that chance, as they have ran it successfully, as that one misses for ball 2. There's been a couple where they've thrown it to second, and they've cut it off before it gets there and fired it back to the plate, but typically when the Zap have tried that, they've called a meeting at the mound beforehand to kind of discuss it. We're not seeing that here. Ponciano behind in the count quickly again, 2-0. Double play could end the inning as he checks on the runner at first again. Back there in time standing.
Well, back to that point, the last guy you want to try that play on being at third is Elijah Reeves, arguably the fastest guy on both teams. So, again, great point you made. It was kind of a head-scratcher.
Especially when you struck out the batter 2 pitches later.
Well, hindsight is always 20/20, my friend.
2-0 from Ponciano. Skips in there. Mason Lang doing a good job to keep it where it was.
Outstanding block from Lang.
Ponciano behind in the count, 3-0. You'd rather walk him here with 1 away, I'd think, but got to still try to attack and make this a competitive at-bat. You have the base open, would make a force out everywhere. Don't want to issue the free passes. The Zap walked 13 batters last night. 3-0 in there for strike 1. Batter taking a nice long look at that one. I don't think Andrew Witt agreed with the call, as Ponciano finds the strike zone once again. 3-1 sets and deals. That one in there for strike 2.
Well, we've seen two two-strike hits already from the Spuds. We'll see if Ponciano can avoid third here. How much would he kill for a ground ball to Gavin Frazier?
Just peppering the inside strike zone right now. The 3-2 here. Steps off for time.
Maybe a little bit of mind games here from Andrew Witt, trying to shake up the rhythm of A.J. Ponciano.
Ponciano has fired back-to-back inside strikes on Witt. First of which Witt was not a big fan of, but Ponciano getting it back to a full count. We'll see the payoff pitch, but not before a check with the runner. Back there in time, standing for the 3rd time this at-bat, is Vasic. Hasn't had the biggest leadoffs, but maybe trying to just keep him honest, as we finally get the payoff pitch from Ponciano. Runs inside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 1 away.
Well, he got those strike calls on the inside corner, and he was trying to find that spot again. But that one just too far inside to coax Brian Oakland into a strike 3 call. But you've still got the double play in order, but you get Matt Marsick in the top of this lineup back up to bat. And it is incredibly tough to double him off.
And if this is a short ball, you got to think the first play on your mind is at the plate. As Ponciano sets for the 0-0. Popped up. Frazier sizing it up. Jackson calls him off. Gets it. The tag. And I was about to say, I was giving Brody Barker some credit, but he was getting ready to tag there, and maybe he was just trying to fake out Alex Jackson a bit, get him distracted on the catch, but
you seem shocked by that.
Yeah, I know it. He's a fast guy, but
yeah, I don't think anybody was running there. That one just got out of the infield. That was the absolute perfect thing.
Perfect at bat there for Ponciano.
One pitch, short pop out. Now the sac fly, and all of that is out of order. Let's see if Ponciano can get out of another jam.
There's play everywhere here for Ponciano. The 0-0 misses outside for ball 1. Force out everywhere. Zap trying to make their way out of another jam. Got a 1-0 lead here in the top of the 2nd. As Ponciano sets and fires. That one inside for strike 1. Reeves having some words with Ryan Oakland behind the plate.
And if Richard Gilmore does come sub in like he is expected to in about an hour's time, maybe we'll be able to see Brian Oakland as he's taking the gear off.
The 1-1 in there low for ball 2. That's going to be...
Love to get the idea of what the dialogue has been between the players and the umpire.
That's also going to be something to look for. If he does come in relief, how does that strike zone change? I mean, 2 different umps. It's going to be something the players are going to have to adjust to, as Ponciano behind in the count 2-1 to Reeves. That one just misses for ball 3.
And Ponciano, the last thing you want to do is walk in the tying run here. At least force him to put it in play. See if your defense can make a play, but don't gift them the free run.
Reeves has been a dangerous hitter this year, but do not want to issue in the tying run freely. As the 3-1 just misses low. Once again, Ponciano, 5-pitch walk, and Mason Lang wants to talk about it.
Well, we saw a lot of that yesterday. And again, you know, the Zap, they've found themselves in a bit of a pickle here. Got bases loaded. You've already given up 1 run, but what you have to avoid is exposing a big inning and getting yourself into a huge hole. You can get out of these 2-3 run innings if it comes to that, but you don't want to give up a bases clearing double or anything of that nature here. Just take your losses and come back up here in the bottom of the second, try to regain the lead.
Ponciano having to settle back in for the walk, scored the run there. Reeves, a very dangerous hitter, batting well over 350 this year. Ponciano misses for ball 1. But still, you hate to see a walked-in run, especially if 2 away, as the 1-0 swung on and missed. Swung so hard he lost his elbow guard or something flew off him.
Well, he's got a couple guards on. He's got an elbow, and I believe that's a wrist guard. Kind of protecting the hand and wrist along with the knuckle area. I haven't seen many guys wearing that. You see it on the base paths, but really never in the plate. I guess it doesn't obstruct the swing path of Hunter Billingsley that much.
He was seeing red there, trying to swing out of his shoes. The 1-1 from Ponciano. That one skied up. Andrew Phillips coming in, calling off Frazier. Makes the grab for out number 3 of the inning. The Spuds tie things up, but it's tied up here at 1 apiece here heading to the bottom of the second.
Looking for happenings in Central South Dakota? The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce Community Calendar is your go-to for all the latest events. From entertainment to local benefits, community activities, and more, there's something for everyone. Email your event to contactchamber@pierre.org and it will be listed on the weekly calendar. To view the calendar, go to www.pierre.org. Let's celebrate together in the heart of South Dakota. The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce, connecting our community one event at a time.
Doing a little spring cleaning at your house? I'm Val Keller, City of Pierre Solid Waste Manager, letting you know the City Supply Swap program can help. We'll recycle cleaning supplies, paint, and other household chemicals you don't want anymore. Plus, you're free to take any products other people dropped off for recycling. The swap program helps our customers and keeps things out of our landfill. Supplies we accept include stains and sealers, pesticides, pool chemicals, typical cleaning agents, as well as oil-based paint, latex paint, and spray paint. For additional information, call 605-773-7434. Again, that's 773-7434 for more information about recycling your household supplies and paint. Let the City of Pierre help you get your home and garage cleared out and cleaned up for the summer months.
This public service message is brought to you by the radio stations of the DRG Media Group in Pierre.
Back here after the break in the bottom of the second, a special moment at the ballpark as Brooks Cartwright, our on-field host, congratulating the newly engaged Andrew Phillips. He made the play to end the inning last time up. And a big special thanks to him, or a big special congratulations, I should say, and see if he can get some hits tonight and make the missus happy.
I wonder if Andrew had to make a play for Brooks Cartwright to give the announcement of congratulations, or if it just happened that way.
I feel like it was just
because he made the last
fate
out of the last out of the inning there, and it was just a perfect segue into his congratulations for his engagement.
And we were, as people, we were very happy to see him get engaged, but as interns who spend a lot of time making social media content, just a bit of us was hurt that he didn't do it at the ballpark.
Oh, man, that would have been great content. Looks like you got to run some more foul poles.
He got engaged down at a concert. Congratulations to him and his future wife as Goldberg comes to the plate. Watches that one outside for ball one.
I was curious where you were going with that.
What?
You know, we were, as people, really happy for him, but
Yeah. I mean,
I
just
didn't know if you had taken a liking to Andrew Phillips.
well, if any of our interns had the 1-0
It was
fouled
Brooks
off.
Cartwright?
Yeah, it was Brooks Cartwright. Brooks was kind of infatuated with him for a while. Brooks a big military guy, and I don't know, I think he just saw the arms of Andrew Phillips and was in love from day one.
How could you not be with the Zap center fielder? What a play to end the inning.
It was a nice snag from newly engaged Phillips. The 1-1 chopped to Opine. His busy day continues. Goldberg trying to beat it at the plate, or first base, I should say. Not in time for out number one.
Back to our bat boys, rocking some brand new Jordans down there. And they're Zap colored. They fit the uniforms today perfectly, but
Dirty him up a little bit.
yeah, I don't know if he's using his bat boy paycheck to buy those shoes or if his parents bought those shoes, but hate to see a shiny new pair of shoes like that get dusted up out here at Hyde Stadium. But where else would you rather dusty up a pair of shoes than here at this historic ballpark?
Got to show off the shoes as that one misses outside for ball one. I mean, you only get to be a bat boy so many times. I mean, you got to wear your best.
Is there an age cutoff for that, or can broadcasters sign up for the bat boy role as well?
I'm not sure what our cutoff is, Justin, but we might have to investigate as that one misses outside for ball two.
Don't you worry, I'll look into it.
Hey,
I want to go down there and tell those boys to get off the retaining wall right in the way of these right-handed hitters' foul balls.
As Ludvigsen awaits the 2-0 for Martinez. That one fouled off into the fencing, into the visiting section for strike one.
Seeing some aggressive swings here from the Zap. I like this. They're trying to get on top of Jake Martinez here early. Taking some very healthy cuts.
As the 2-1 here to Ludvigsen. Misses for ball three.
And, you know, we have seen them be patient in the past, and that has worked out well for them. But, you know, at some point you want to try to really put the pressure on the Spuds offense to answer. And to do that, you've got to get runners on, and you got to bring them around.
As ball four to Ludvigsen. He knew it all the way. Trots to first base. A one-out walk for Quinn Ludvigsen. Getting a half day off today. Not having to play the field. Getting moved from first base to DH as Alex Jackson comes to the plate.
I've been really impressed with Quinn Ludvigsen out in the field, too. He's been put in some spots that he's not ultimately comfortable with. And credit Aiden Johnson for the way that he played second base yesterday. A spot that he wasn't very comfortable with. Looked like he just fit right in. Fit like a glove.
As Ludvigsen has his sliding glove on. Going to have to use it. Gets back in time on the pickoff. And Ludvigsen, for a while, his defense was really what was getting him those chances in the lineup. Was very impressive at first base, and now he has really been one of the hottest hitters in this Zap lineup as of late. As Alex Jackson, first offering to him in there for strike one.
For those that were tuned in yesterday on the Oahe Zap YouTube and drgnews.com, you're seeing Drew Life in a different look. He was rocking the shorts yesterday in the 108-degree feels-like temperature. I asked him about it today.
As the 0-1 for Martinez skips in for ball one. Ludvigsen thought about stealing there, but heads back.
He said he almost got bullied into wearing the pants as some of the guys out in the middle infield were giving him some ribbing about wearing shorts. I said, don't let him do that to you. You got to be comfortable out there in the field. You did a great job yesterday.
I believe it is technically a part of the dress code, too. But the 1-1 now from Martinez. Checks on Ludvigsen at first, but, I mean, on a 105 day, I mean, I feel like we got to make some changes as the throw back gets away from everybody. Rolled down that, across the diamond to that third baseline. Ludvigsen staying put at first. Going back to my previous thought, I mean, on a 105-degree day, I feel like we got to let these guys wear some shorts.
Absolutely, and felt bad for Chris Dozark behind the plate.
1-1 in there, turns 1-2.
Because of how hot it was and how long that game ran on. And, of course, with the longest day of the year being yesterday, we didn't get much reprieve from the sunlight until a cloud rolled through about the 7th inning.
As the 1-2 here from Martinez to Jackson. Misses low for ball 2. I'm not sure if we ever got below 90 until probably about midnight last night.
Yeah, it was a warm one yesterday. That heat will stick around, especially when the sun's out as long as it was and the temperatures were as high as they were.
As Jackson waits the 2-2. That one misses low and outside for ball 3. Good job from Jackson to work this count back full. And it kind of felt yesterday like there was just an aluminum foil dome over Pier. I mean, it was just a hot one, and the heat just stayed around, wasn't going anywhere. Even once the sun went down, was definitely a hot day. I'm sure the beer sales at Oahe Days and here at the park yesterday were very nice. As the payoff pitch here to Jackson. Ludvigsen on first, one away. Misses low. Jackson draws the walk. An impressive at-bat from him there to draw that one back.
Good patient at-bat there, and now the Zap lineup in the driver's seat.
Jackson.
Trey Runge coming up.
Jackson was behind 1-2, and that at-bat worked it back in his favor. Brings Trey Runge to the plate. Previously was the oldest player on this team until Connor Hammonds joined a few days ago.
Connor Hammonds got thrust into a pretty uncomfortable spot yesterday. He basically just stepped off the bus and they threw him in for an at-bat. Didn't go his way, but it was good to get him a little bit of action. Let him wet his whistle just a bit.
I'm wondering when the next we'll see of him is. I mean, there's a lot of baseball to be played here in these coming weeks, and any reinforcements will always be welcome, as the second half guys will start to be coming into town here soon, as Hammonds was the first to arrive, a bit ahead of schedule. As Ludvigsen dancing at second. Martinez looks, fires to second, was nowhere near the pickoff there. I don't think the second baseman Andrew Witt was expecting one there.
No, I don't think he was either. I think he was just happy that ball stayed on the infield dirt.
He fired it back to Witt, and Witt was probably a good 5 or 6 feet away from the bag still.
But what that tells Quinn Ludvigsen is that little bouncing back and forth worked. He's got the attention of Martinez.
As the offering in there swung on and missed for strike one from Runge.
Runge with a big cut there, almost lost his helmet.
Runge trying to get things going here for the Zap. They got one in the bottom of the first on a bit of a manufactured run. Farwell stole second and moved his way around on some ground outs as they check on Ludvigsen again. And that one does get to the outfield, but Ludvigsen couldn't get back up in time. Would have been a very hard play to slide back in, but a good backup there from Elijah Reeves in center field.
Yeah, I'm curious. You know, Ludvigsen is dancing back there, but he's not taking a huge lead, big enough to where I would think you would want to try to pick him off, because you've got the danger of what just happened, that ball getting into center field.
As Martinez still looking over at Ludvigsen dancing. The 0-1 inside for strike two to Runge. Ludvigsen not taking the biggest leads, has only stolen 2 bags on the year. It's not like you have a guy like Andrew Phillips or an Emiliano Curiel out there dancing around. Ludvigsen, he can steal a bag or two, but would be some very aggressive base running to steal third, and still dancing around. The 0-2 to Runge, hit towards the shortstop Opine. Off the bag, everybody's safe. Alex Jackson getting there in time. The throw, Andrew Witt kind of had to dive for it, coming back the other way, and Opine has been called on a lot here early, and the first crack showing there, making the what will likely be classified as an error on that play.
Well, that one came off the fists of Trey Runge at the plate, and it wasn't a hard-hit ball, so it was already a tough play to make for Opine. And with Jackson sprinting, knowing that he was going to have to beat the force play, was getting there in a hurry. I think Opine wishes that he had just thrown that one to first and gotten the second out of the inning, but now the Zap really in good position with bases loaded and only one out.
Andrew Phillips to the plate. Bases juiced. The offering for Martinez. Swung on and missed for strike one. Phillips just trying to get this season going. Has not had the start he has probably wanted, but he is always here early in the batting cages, trying to work on things, get things going back his way, and trying to just break out on this Zap team. The 0-1 for Martinez. Swung on, chopped up the middle to Opine. This one's going to be a double play chance. Phillips can't beat it out. An excellent defensive play to keep the damage at nothing for the Casper Spuds. And we will be back here at the top of the third. Tie ball game, one apiece.
The summer is here, and you know what that means. The Oahe Zap are back, and we at DRG Media Group are bringing you coverage of every Zap home game all summer long. You can hear all the home Zap games on River 92.7, or you can watch them live on drgnews.com at the River 92.7 station page. The Zap are offering you fans something new every single night, so get out to Hyde Stadium for some Zap baseball this summer. Purchase your tickets on oahezap.com or buy them at the box office. If you can't make it to the game, we've got you covered on River 92.7 Oahe Zap Baseball, brought to you by DRG Media Group.
Well, the Zap threatened there in the bottom of the second inning. They had bases loaded with one out, but Andrew Phillips could not beat out the quick play of Jack Opine at shortstop. The Spuds get out unscathed. Still a 1-1 ball game here as we head to the top of the third. Absolutely perfect day for baseball. As we mentioned, a lot of folks over at Steamboat Park taking place. It's Oahe days over there throughout the weekend. A lot of folks over there. A lot of folks over at the final rodeo performance of the weekend from the State High School Rodeo Finals. You know, I had somebody come up to me. They told me they heard me on the radio talking about the State Rodeo Finals, and they couldn't believe that this is the largest State High School Rodeo Finals in the country. They thought that would take place in a place like Texas, but no, it's right here in central South Dakota in Fort Pierre. Will take place there until 2027, and hopefully they can extend that. It's the perfect place for the rodeo finals because it's right in the smack dab center of the state. Pretty easy for everybody to get to. Crowds have been outstanding all weekend long. And, you know, it really makes me realize I got to go get my cowboy hat. I really got to start trying to fit in around here. Stick out like a sore thumb. And another little interesting tidbit, our great PA announcer, Jeff Adele, is related to one of the top cowboys in the state from Highmore, Talon Ping. Talon's had a great performance this week. He has surely chalked his way into the National High School Rodeo Finals, which will take place in Rock Springs, Wyoming, coming up later in July. So congratulations to Talon. A lot of great talent in the Pierre area. Mackenzie Wheelhouse, Ryan Shepik, who will be joining us on Players Perspective after her weekend wraps up. Been fun to watch. Ponciano back to work, and he delivers a first pitch swinging strike to Cale McCarville. That's a good start. We've seen a couple jams that Ponciano has gotten himself into in the top of the first inning. He had runners on second and third as this one's grounded sharply over to shortstop. Sliding stop by Frazier. Throw a long way across the diamond, and it is in time, and a great pick from Vince Polizzi. And an all-around great play by the Zap infield retires the first batter of this inning, Cale McCarville. And a nice stop there by Gavin Frazier, but I think I'm more impressed by the throw and the pick by Vince Polizzi.
What a play from the Zap defense. I mean, Gavin Frazier making an incredible stop in front of his mom in the crowd here today. Just putting on.
not only his mom, but he's got a couple family members here in attendance this afternoon. Great that the Frazier family could make their way out to watch Gavin play some ball, and he makes a great play in front of him as the first pitch to River Smith is down and in for ball one.
And we might have to get a direct flight from Canada to Pier.
Well, there sure would be a lot of folks on those flights. Got a lot of players not only on this Zap team, but in this ILB that hail from Canada. Here's the 1-0. That was a big miss by AJ, and he knew it. He turned his back towards the home plate area immediately as that one bounced about 5 feet in front of the dish. Hot day. We do see the rosin bag out there on the mound, so these pitchers dealing with moisture will be able to clean it up just a bit. Ponciano behind here to River Smith. 2-0 count. Ponciano delivers. That one catches the outside corner for strike one.
We just need a nice connection from Alberta to Pier, and that would take care of all three of our Canadian parents getting into Pier for a game.
Well, it's been good to see all the families come out and support. Here's the 2-1. That one lifted. Deep left center field. Giving chase is Phillips. Tracking, diving, making the play. What a diving catch from Andrew Phillips. He's making all kinds of plays out there in mid-center field, including that one, which might be the play of the game, as he robs River Smith from an extra base hit. Andrew Phillips covering a lot of ground out there in center field, almost back to the warning track, fully extending, sticking out the glove, and making the second out of the inning.
Just an incredible defensive inning so far, just robbing 2 hits from this Spud team already.
So Ponciano having the inning he's been looking for since the start. He's got 2 quick outs, and now he's got a swing and a miss from Brody Barker to get ahead 0-1. It was a great play by Andrew Phillips, but even better communication between him and his left fielder, Alex Jackson, as that one kind of drifted into both of their territories. But the center fielder has the say on that one, as this one just barely misses Barker on the inside corner.
I mean, we've seen Jackson involved with a collision earlier in the year with Emiliano Curiel when they were left and center together, and maybe working on that communication skill out there. And Phillips, the quicker runner, are going to get the call on that one playing center.
Phillips casually kicking some grass out there in center. Here's the pitch. That one way outside. Count runs 2-1. It was a fun night at Oahe Days last night. The Mallrats were the band that were playing last, playing some 90s tunes. I'm more of an 80s guy myself, but I sure enjoyed hearing some music. Here's the 2-1 from Ponciano. And that one catches a piece of the zone. Count runs 2-2. And to your point, you mentioned the beer sales might have been good. There was definitely some folks. I live close to Steamboat Park, and there were some folks that were, well, trying to make their way home. Of course, walking, not driving, being smart about it. But they took advantage of the great deals they've got going on at the Budweiser tent over there at Steamboat. Here's the 2-2 just off the plate, and the count runs full.
And that's a great just display of the difference between strike calls for off-speed and fastballs. I mean, that last one just really dipped on the plate right at the last second, and then that fastball just missing a bit low.
But they're not missing by much, to your point, which we love to see. Attacking the zone. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That one too low for strike 3, so it'll be a walk. And Brody Barker will take his base, but that walk coming with 2 outs, something you'd much rather see than seeing it out of the first batter of the inning.
And that's what really hurt the Zap last night, is a lot of those walks were leadoff walks with nobody away to fast runners, and you're just setting yourself up for a bad inning.
So Ponciano has gotten ahead. He'll face the shortstop, Jack Opine, who is batting for the first time without those red batting gloves. He's got them in the back pocket. Maybe it's because his hands are so hot from all the plays he's been making out at shortstop this afternoon. Big swing and a miss for strike 1. It's pretty rare nowadays, especially in wood bat baseball. You see guys swinging without batting gloves. See it from time to time at the major league level. David Ross batted without batting gloves his entire career. As this one's grounded softly to the third base side. Farwell's got it. Fires quickly across the diamond. And a 1-2-3-4 inning goes down for A.J. Ponciano. He allows one walk, but he retires the side. We're still tied at 1 apiece as we head to the bottom of the third here at Hyde Stadium.
Looking for happenings in Central South Dakota? The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce Community Calendar is your go-to for all the latest events. From entertainment to local benefits, community activities, and more, there's something for everyone. Email your event to contactchamber@pierre.org and it will be listed on the weekly calendar. To view the calendar, go to www.pierre.org. Let's celebrate together in the heart of South Dakota. The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce, connecting our community one event at a time.
Doing a little spring cleaning at your house? I'm Val Keller, City of Pierre Solid Waste Manager, letting you know the City Supply Swap program can help. We'll recycle cleaning supplies, paint, and other household chemicals you don't want anymore. Plus, you're free to take any products other people dropped off for recycling. The swap program helps our customers and keeps things out of our landfill. Supplies we accept include stains and sealers, pesticides, pool chemicals, typical cleaning agents, as well as oil-based paint, latex paint, and spray paint. For additional information, call 605-773-7434. Again, that's 773-7434 for more information about recycling your household supplies and paint. Let the City of Pierre help you get your home and garage cleared out and cleaned up for the summer months.
This public service message is brought to you by the radio stations of the DRG Media Group in Pierre.
Top of the lineup coming up here for the Zap in a tied ball game, 1 apiece. A.J. Ponciano getting a much-needed quick inning. He's up to 69 pitches. Jake Martinez currently sitting at 37. Zap going to see if they can try to pump those numbers up a little bit. Ty Farwell, Gavin Frazier, and Mason Lang, the 1-2-3 hitters here this inning. As the Zap left the bases loaded their last time around, the Spuds got out of it with a nice double play turn from Jack Opine to Andrew Witt on over to Hunter Billingsley. So now we'll see if Ty Farwell can get on base and give Gavin Frazier an opportunity to break out of this mini slump he's been in front of his family here in the crowd this afternoon. Martinez got a bit of a sidewinder delivery. It's not a sidearm throw, but he drops that right hand kind of below his shoulder when he delivers. As he misses high and away for ball 1. It's a bit of a belabored delivery. He's not in any hurry to get the pitch to home plate. And that probably benefits him as the game goes on. He doesn't look like he's expending much energy out there. Neither does A.J. Ponciano when he throws. Here's the 1-0 to Farwell. That one misses off the plate for ball 2. Told you Gavin Frazier's got some family here in the stands. So does home plate umpire Brian Oakland. They've got the VIP seats down there right behind the netting. Oakland went over, had a quick word with his wife, make sure that he's doing a good job. 2-0 to Farwell. And that'll catch the inside corner for strike 1.
As Oakland's ball and strike calling methodology really throwing off our poor high schooler running the scoreboard tonight.
Well, he's got a lot of movement back there. He likes to say where the pitch is missed and the strikes. It's not your normal strike call. Here's the 2-1 to Farwell. This one lifted down the third baseline, the entire left side of the infield giving chase, and they just run out of speed as that ball drops into foul ground right over near that vacated Casper Spuds bullpen. So the count will run 2-2.
And that one just out there in no man's land. Just 3 guys really trying to put on the wheels and get there, but it's going to be a very difficult play to make.
Well, you got some fast guys over there. We saw Matt Marsick trying to chase it down from left field. Opine and McCarville giving chase from shortstop and third base. Devin Skelton having some words with his on-deck hitter, Gavin Frazier, in the midst of that break while they chase down that foul ball. Here's the 2-2 from Jake Martinez. Swung on and missed in the dirt. It'll get away momentarily from Brody Barker, but he'll fire down to first base. It was a high throw for Billingsley, but he was able to climb the ladder, catch it, and tap first base before the long-legged Farwell was able to leg it out. And that'll be the first out of the inning.
was kind of a routine throw, made a bit more difficult there. Maybe he would have scared you a little bit as a Spud fan, but still plenty of time for Billingsley to collect that one off the jump.
Well, I think he had a hard time getting around the big frame of Ty Farwell. So Gavin Frazier will face Martinez for the second time. This first pitch is fouled up over our broadcast booth and out into the street. And Jeff Adele reminding our younger fans that those foul balls will earn you a free slushie when turned in. And we see a couple kids scurry off to try to chase that one down. The 0-1 pitch to Frazier. Inside for ball one. Pretty good trade-off, I'd say. Those baseballs are getting expensive nowadays, and those slushies, well, not nearly as expensive as a pearly white baseball. Here's the 1-1. Gavin held up his swing, takes ball two.
I think we might have to mix up the trade-ins because some of these kids are getting complacent with their slushies. They're wanting candy instead. They're not willing to trade in all of their balls. They're like, I'll trade one in for a slushie, and then I'm keeping the rest of these. So we're maybe going to have some tactics to get some more turn-ins.
Here's the 2-1. Frazier lifts this one high into shallow left field. Marsick giving chase underneath it and squeezes it for the second out of the inning. Well, you know, you see a lot of these kids running around, and you can't help but notice how blue their mouths are. You can tell they probably downed 2 or 3 of those slushies in what seems like a half inning.
Blue is just such a hot seller.
I don't blame them, man. They are just delicious. All the concession items here at Hyde Stadium are. Alex Sheets has done a good job introducing some new items to the concession stand here this season. All the more reason to get out to Hyde Stadium for some Zap baseball. As Mason Lang takes ball one way off the plate.
I'm a big fan of the lemonade slushie. It is just good. Nice frozen lemonade, man. Nothing better.
That's a great sell there from my partner Dylan Beach. It is just good. Here's the 1-0 pitch with 2 outs to Mason Lang. Misses in the same exact spot. Martinez kind of twirling off the mound, tending to his right eye like he might have got some dirt up in there. Lang with an open stance in that left-handed batter's box, kind of showing off that belt buckle. He's got his right foot pointed, not pointed, but directed towards first base as he takes ball 3 off the plate.
And I'm wondering how aggressive he gets here with 2 outs and not a strike thrown to him yet.
No signs from Habiger over at third base. We'll see if Lang's got the green light. He takes all the way, and that is ball 4. So Mason Lang will take a 4-pitch walk. We'll see if the Zap can create some more 2-out magic with Vince Palizzi coming up to the plate. He's always a threat. We saw him hit that bomb out to left center field that rattled off the Boys and Girls Club a couple weeks ago.
And we were talking about it last night with how effectively the Zap move with 2 outs. I mean, why not start every inning with 2 outs? And sometimes it feels like that with the rallies they kind of put together with 2 away.
So we'll see if Palizzi can find some space here in the outfield. This first pitch misses down and away. 5 straight balls from Martinez. Zap manufactured a run with some good base running by Ty Farwell in the bottom of the first. The Spuds came back and answered in the top of the second. And we sit tied at 1 run apiece here in the bottom of the third. Palizzi takes ball 2 just a bit inside. Jake Martinez wanting to know where that pitch missed. Oakland happy to oblige. Tell him it was just off the plate on the inside corner. Palizzi's got to be seeing good things. That one's way inside as he had to scoot out of the way of that pitch, and now back-to-back hitters will face a 3-0 count.
I'm sure Palizzi's got the green light to swing at whatever he wants here with his power threat. Make a completely different ball game if he can really get a hold of one.
Well, I'm sure that the direction from his coaching staff would be it's got to be tailor-made for you. Martinez has had some trouble here in the last 2 batters finding the strike zone. That one catches a piece of the corner for strike 1. Good pitch from Jake Martinez to keep this count alive.
they hang any sort of off speed, you got to be ready to just put one in it. Got that short left field wall. If you can just pull one, put some power on it, blow this game open.
3-1, chop towards the third base side. Going to be fielded by McCarville. Going to go to second base for the force out, and that'll end the bottom of the third. Zap get a runner on with a walk. Can't do anything with it. We head to the top of the fourth inning, all tied up at 1 run apiece.
Things in life you can't control. Your in-laws just bought a new house right next door. Construction is behind schedule, so you have to detour to work again. That car next to you just lost control and swerved into your lane. Things in life you can control. Wearing your seatbelt. In South Dakota, over 55% of those who die in a car crash aren't buckled up. Control what you can. Always wear your seatbelt.
Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Dunes Golf is celebrating their 30th anniversary this summer. They look forward to seeing old friends and new acquaintances on the driving range and on the course throughout the summer. Play 9 or 18 holes. Pay by the round. Save with a punch card or become a member for unlimited play. Dunes Golf is a great location for group outings or a summer play day. Call 605-223-2525 or see golfdunes.com. Just 1 mile north of Fort Pierre on Highway 1806. Dunes Golf.
Get ready, Central South Dakota. Oahe Days in Pierre is back, June 20th and 21st at Steamboat Park.
It's the annual music and arts festival you don't want to miss. Live music, amazing food, local vendors, carnival rides, a beer garden, and so much more.
Friday night, it's 90s party band, the Mallrats.
And Saturday, country fans, Struggle Jennings takes the stage.
The 3 bands each night start at 5 p.m.
Grab the full lineup and details now at oahedays.com.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
We got the Jersey race going on, and we have got an absolute blowout on our hands. One of the kids just struggling with the belt, as many kids that age don't ever wear a belt unless their parents force them to. But
well, the one contestant also put the pants on backwards to start. That's never a good start. It's usually how I put my pants on in the dark in the morning time.
Nothing but daylight for that one, as that's been kind of a fun game here as of late, the Jersey race. And our on-field host, fill-in Brooks Cartwright, doing a great job in his first 2 days on the post.
Well, you know what I love about these mid-inning games is you see some kids so amped and so excited to go out and compete. But, man, they really take the losses hard.
Yeah, man, it's a heartbreaker. I mean, you want them all to win, but
they're all as competitive as
Bryce Van de
Wastine is.
As I'm sure if we get the tug-of-war out, we'll see him out there, always quick to volunteer himself. But I believe he will be pitching at some point in this series, maybe tonight, as that first pitch in there for a strike for Ponciano.
I was going to say, we haven't seen any of Bryce Van de Wastine. Looks like right on cue he's down there in the bullpen warming up that left shoulder.
Bryce Van de Wastine. Saw a lot of lefties get used last night for the Zap, and Gladue and Eikenberry. See Bryce Van de Wastine likely come in relief for Ponciano here soon, as that one misses high for ball 1. Ponciano coming back out for his 4th inning of work here at the top of the 4th. 71 pitches, so a very high pitch count would take him out of the rotation for a while, but a lot of baseball here still. That one skips in for ball 2.
And you know, Jamie Habiger and that coaching staff would just love it if Ponciano could get one more inning of work here. Yeah. Saw the Zap have to use a lot of arms last night in the losing effort. Something you never want to do. So if he could just stretch this out and get 3 more outs here and give way to Van de Wastine, who could maybe hopefully take it 3 innings for the Zap, that would be a good formula.
2-1 from Ponciano. In there for
just a bit high.
For ball 3. Ryan Oakland threw me off a little bit. He kind of flicked his fingers out the other way for the ball, but I thought he was about to point for the strike, as he goes cross-body for the lefty, the 3-1 in there low for ball 4. Back to Brian Oakland. He'll kind of point the direction depending on what handedness the batter is. So he kind of threw me off a little bit on the strike call, but another leadoff walk issued for the Zap. I think that's probably the 5th of this series already. And just not a good equation for setting yourself up for an easy inning. Giving away a free base runner that you got to worry about for the whole time. As Andrew Witt on. Shows bunt. That one runs inside for ball 1. Mason Lang thought about firing up the line to Palizzi. Couldn't get it up there. Didn't even attempt it.
One thing we've seen out of Jake Martinez that he's done really well, he's been able to force a lot of ground balls out of this Zap offense.
1-0 from Ponciano in there for strike 1.
And Ponciano would love one of those ground balls right here to his middle infield, turn 2 and get the base paths clear and give himself 2 outs.
Especially if the lineup getting ready to turn over to some speedy guys. The double play might not be available for long. Count even at 1 apiece. The delivery from Ponciano misses outside for ball 2. Vasic, reaching both times, was selected as tonight's beer batter, making this Pier crowd maybe a bit parched as Ponciano sets for the 2-1. Picks off at first. Back in time is Vasic. Seen a lot of pickoffs here tonight. And to be fair, we saw a lot of them last night, but that wasn't really what made that game last so long. As Ponciano gets set and delivers the 2-1, runs inside for ball 3, and quickly in danger of walking back-to-back batters.
Last thing you want here is to put runners on first and second with nobody out, and the top of the lineup on deck.
As Ponciano checks on the runner at first, and Breeze on the pitch. 3-1 from Ponciano, misses for ball 4. Back-to-back walks here, nobody away. As our producer Eli Lewis finally gets that pesky fly that's been evading us in the press box. As there's going to be a mound visit, we'll see if it's time for Bryce Van de Wastein. And it's
a slow walk for Jamie Habiger, which usually means that he's trying to buy a couple extra warm-up pitches in the bullpen. It's been a pretty good outing for Ponciano. He's gotten himself in danger, and, well, Habiger hasn't taken the ball just yet. We've seen Ponciano put runners on second and third. He got out of that. He got the bases loaded. Did give up 1 run, but limited the damage there, and Habiger going to stick with Ponciano, see if he can try to get out of this inning.
He's only allowed 2 hits, but the issue has been the 7 walks for Ponciano. That's been uncharacteristically high for a guy who's been one of the more reliable starters for this Zap ball club. He doesn't typically go very deep into his games, maybe 3, 4, 5 innings like a lot of these Zap starters, but into the night he had a 2.64 ERA, just a hair above a 1 whip. Pitching well, just the walks have been just kind of biting him here tonight. As runners on first and second, Marsick at the plate. First offering misses for ball 1. Feels like Ponciano has been behind in every count this inning. Needs a second pitch strike here to even things up and get himself back in the driver's seat. Sets and fires. That one skips in, skips past Mason Lang. Both runners will advance.
Lang trying to calm Ponciano down as his pitches just start to slowly but surely creep further and further away from the zone.
Sometimes it's like in basketball where they say the basket looks so small. Sometimes that zone really shrinks up if you're a pitcher. You don't want to leave something over the plate that they can punish, but at the same time you got to get some strikes in there. The 2-0. That one belted back to Ponciano, takes a look at the runner at third, keeps him in place, and gets the out over at first.
Well, just like earlier in the game when he had runners on second and third with 1 out, he got a pop-up into shallow left field that just drew Well, just brought Alex Jackson in right off the outskirts of the infield. It was the perfect play at the time. Is only thing you could ask for. Exact same thing right there. Ground out right back to the pitcher. He was able to look the runner back at third. And a big first out.
Now he's got the dangerous Elijah Reeves at the plate. Bryce Van de Wastein, the lefty, not going to see the lefty-righty matchup. They're going to stick with the righty-righty. The 0-0 from Ponciano, just low for ball one. Low and a bit outside, says Brian Oakland. But a huge first out there for Ponciano. Took his time getting over to first, making sure that runner didn't leave at third. As the 1-0 misses high. Good play there from Lang to stretch out and keep that one in the glove.
And I was curious if Habiger would possibly think about intentionally walking Elijah Reeves, their best hitter. Load the bases, get a force out at every place. And maybe Ponciano's just kind of doing it the old-fashioned way, not throwing him anything in the strike zone to hit.
2-0, that one misses away for ball three. I think Reeves really wants to swing himself.
Yeah, he's getting a little upset that all these balls are being thrown to him. This is a very similar at bat for him from the last time around when he didn't get anything too good to hit.
And you have the base open, and the team batting average leader at the plate is that one in there for strike one. And I can't blame you if you want to pitch around him. I mean, you have the base open. A hit would likely score two or at least one. A ball in play would also likely just score one. As Ponciano settling in here, the 3-1 catches the zone for strike two.
Well, Ponciano kind of going in reverse. He got behind 3-0. We've seen him get ahead 0-2 and then kind of fall behind in counts, but he fell behind early, but he's worked his way back in. See if he can get the hot hitter Reeves to swing and miss on one here.
This is 87th pitch of the ball game. The payoff pitch. Fires in for ball four. Just missed a little bit outside. Elijah Reeves will take first base.
I think that'll be the end of the line for A.J. Ponciano. And now Bryce Van de Wastein going to come into a pretty tough situation with bases loaded and only one out. But the good news for Van de Wastein is he can get one ground ball on one pitch and get out of this inning.
You have the lefty-lefty matchup. On anything that you're going to have to charge would likely be the play at the plate. And a bit of a slower runner, not to discredit Billingsley, but just about everyone in this league is a slower runner than Elijah Reeves in some sense. So if you could go to the plate and then first base, as Ponciano's day is done. 3 1/3, 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts, but 8 walks. As Ponciano just couldn't get some of those pitches on the outside edge of the zone that he would really like to have at points, but still a lot of baseball here left, and Bryce Van de Wastein inheriting the 3 runners, trying to keep things where it's at.
Well, if you're A.J. Ponciano and I told you that you're going to give up 8 walks, you probably think that you would have surrendered more runs in that 3 1/3 that you pitched. But, he was able to kind of fight his way through fire. He only gave up the 2 hits. He only gave up the 1 run. So I think all in all, for the way that things went, somewhat of a successful outing for Ponciano. He'd probably tell you different. He probably feels like he would want to throw the ball a little bit better. But again, after giving up 8 walks, usually when guys give up 8 walks like that in 3 1/3, they're giving up 3 or 4 runs.
Yeah, and especially, if you can get out of this inning with Bryce Van de Wastein, you can kind of look at it with rose-tinted glasses, as the ERA the earned run would stick at just 1, but as it stands right now, would likely have a few runs going back his way if Bryce Van de Wastein can't get out of this jam. As Ponciano's been battling jams since he started today. Got out of a couple of tough binds in the first. In the second inning, was able just to allow the 1 before getting a quick 3rd inning, but had the 2 walks to start things in this inning, and wasn't an equation to go much deeper as he ends the day with 88 pitches thrown. As Bryce Van de Wastein getting warmed up here, getting loose. Guy who plays with so much passion for the game. I'm sure his celebration would just be incredible if he can get out of this one.
Well, we talk about how Gavin Frazier is tough on himself, demands a lot out of himself. Bryce Van de Wastein, very similar in character. Just a competitor in anything that he does. And that's the kind of guy you need in your dugout.
He's another guy with some family in town and so hard on himself at times, demands perfection. We saw him kind of bobble at that ball hit to him a couple of weeks ago and couldn't make the play at first and was just so angry at himself. But at the flip side, if he can get a big play, man, he is the first one to celebrate and run off the field in stride. Yo-oh from Van de Wastein. First pitch of the day in there for strike one.
Good start for Van de Wastein. He loves that fastball. All of his warm-up pitches, too, are right on the center.
Van de Wastein ahead early in the count, 0-1. Bases juiced, one away. The delivery. In there for strike two. Quickly, Van de Wastein trying to erase these bases. Try to get this second out of the inning, make the force out everywhere, end it, eliminate the sac fly. If you're Hunter Billingsley, just trying to stay alive, put something into play, put some pressure on this defense. Van de Wastein checking on the runners, set for the 0-2. Checked. That one skips in for ball one.
And that was close. Not like Drew Life has got a great view on that check swing there from the center of the field where he has to be standing because there's runners on base. But I would have liked to see Mason Lang ask for an appeal there and just see if you could steal a strike.
As Brian Oakland did the appeal himself, said no go. The 1-2 belted to center field. Phillips chasing, running out of room. That one bounces off the wall. That'll score a few. Phillips trying to relay it back in. One run scores. The second heading to the plate. The relay just a step behind. Two score for the Casper Spuds. Andrew Phillips kind of was running out of room out there in center field. He's fast, but would have needed a much bigger ballpark to catch up with that one.
Well, the runners on base kind of had to pause because Andrew Phillips has already made an outstanding play, diving and making the catch in center field. Looked like he might have a beat on that one as well, so everybody kind of had to stay put in case he did catch it. And we almost had the hitter pass the runner on first base there. He had to slow down and make sure that that ball wasn't caught.
As Phillips was trying to record the second out of the inning, Bryce Van de Wastein got ahead in it, was unable to get the second out. As he sets one away, runners on second and third. That one in there for strike one.
Well, we just got a note about Richard Gilmore. And, you know, you made a good point about the switching of strike zones. We're not going to see that here tonight. Richard Gilmore is going to join Drew Life out in the field. So Brian Oakland will finish out this game behind the plate. We'll see the continued strike zone from Oakland.
Is that one fouled off for strike two?
And we'll see two umpires out in the field, which will make appealing down to first and third on check swings a little bit easier.
It's Bryce Van de Wastein ahead in the count once again. A nice piece of two-strike hitting. A double from Hunter Billingsley. Take the lead for the Casper Spuds with a 2 RBI double. Van de Wastein trying to settle back in here. The 0-2. Sets, fires. That one fouled off.
Not really sure how. It's pretty amazing that he got his bat through the zone and was able to make contact with it. McCarville was trying to check his swing on that. And he just happened to catch a piece. Luckily for him, I think it was in the strike zone. Would have been strike three had he not made contact.
He checked the swing and it just somehow clipped off a bit. As Van de Wastein agrees to the sign. The 0-2, one away. That one fouled off again. And Hale McCarville trying to stay alive a bit himself here. Zap just trying to get out of this inning. You can live with 1 or 2 runs. What you don't want is another big inning. It's Mason Lang cleaning off his face a little bit with the water bottle, giving himself a little mid-at-bat shower.
I've seen him dealing with some of that chalk and dust from the dirt coming back and kind of messing with his eyesight a little bit.
Because last night, some of the wind, it was getting kicked up pretty bad into the backstop as Van de Wastein delivers the 0-2. Off speed, misses high for ball 1.
But that's a good miss pitch there. That was still one that you might see a guy offer a swing at. It wasn't so far out of the zone where it was a true wasted pitch. Well, McCarville, a very disciplined hitter there in the right-handed batter's box.
As Van de Wastein, the 1-2, misses high for ball 2. Just about got the strikeout there. Zap is trying to weather the storm. The 4, 5, 6 innings have been so unkind to them as of late, as it's where the big innings have been occurring. Van de Wastein steps off. And
Spuds wanting a balk there, but Van de Wastein did bring his left foot off the rubber there first. Elijah Reeves trying to get in the head of Van de Wastein over there on third base.
2-2 from Van de Wastein. Sets, fires. That one hit sharply to Farwell at third. Across the diamond. In time to Polizzi. Reeves scores. But a fantastic play from Farwell to keep the runner at second and get the out.
That's understated. What a pick there from Ty Farwell. Good piece of hitting from McCarville to score the run. But an outstanding little flash of leather over there by Ty Farwell. That one could have easily gotten down into the left field corner. And it's good to see him make that play. He had some tough errors yesterday that cost the Zap some runs. But showing off his great glove work there for the second out of the inning.
As Van de Wastein moves to 2 outs on the inning, 1 away from getting back to the dugout. That one in there for strike 1. Ryan Oakland was thinking about that one for a minute.
Great off-speed pitch there from Van de Wastein.
Couldn't agree more as Van de Wastein just trying to get out of this jam. Runner on second. The 0-1 sets, deals, misses outside for ball 1. As just got to try to keep these innings limited. How the Zap bats have just not been rolling as much today. 4 base runners reaching for them in this one. And now Van de Wastein, the 1-1. Off speed in there for strike 2.
Good frame job there by Mason Lang. Not really that he needed to, but those high pitches haven't been getting called strikes as often as we've seen in past games. So Mason Lang making sure that that one stayed framed in the strike zone, and now Van de Wastein 1 strike away.
1-2 here from Van de Wastein. Sets, fires. That one runs inside. The runner advances. The ball got away from Lang. So the runner on third now. 2-2 count.
If you're Van de Wastein, you don't care a thing about that runner on third. You're a strike away from getting out of this inning. It's been a 3-run frame, but like we've said all season long in the pregame today and throughout today's game, you can live with these 3-run innings knowing that your offense can get some runs scored themselves.
Van de Wastein just trying to get back to the dugout, give himself a nice cup of water. 2 away. The 2-2 count from Van de Wastein. Swung on, fouled. A redo of the 2-2 pitch. As Van de Wastein inherited that jam from A.J. Ponciano. And Hunter Billingsley bringing 2 of them in. Or Reeves scored on the grounder. The 2-2, that one fouled off again. River Smith just trying to stay alive here.
And doing a nice job of it. fouling off some good pitches from Van de Wastein. That's a mark of a great hitter, a guy who can just kind of fend off until you get a good pitch you can hit.
Forcing that pitch count a couple more tallies higher. That was the 17th pitch. 18th misses high for ball 3. Just like that. Counts full for River Smith. As Zap just trying to get out of this long top of the 4th. The 3-2 payoff. In there for strike 3 looking. River Smith goes down looking. Third strike called by Brian Oakland. The Zap allow 3 across, but try to answer when we come back in the bottom of the 4th.
Thinking of travel? Pierre Regional Airport offers non-stop flights to Denver. Starting August 1st, book your destination at United.com. With United Mileage Plus, you can save more by earning miles when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 1-hour flights to Denver and the world beyond. Avoid the crowds, avoid the drive, and enjoy free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. United Airlines in Pierre starting August 1st. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre.
We're good at making excuses for things we don't want to do.
I can't work late because my cat has a job interview.
Unfortunately, we're also good at making excuses for things we shouldn't do, like driving drunk.
There's nothing on the back roads but cows.
The truth is, there's no good reason to drink and drive, not even if you stick to the back roads. If you drink, don't drive. No excuses. Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Hey Zap baseball fans, it's Justin Cowart. If you're interested in a podcast that's sports and only sports, you need to check out Players Perspective. I have athletes and coaches from the South Dakota area and across the country, from the high school all the way up to the professional level. Come on and tell stories of their biggest and best moments of their athletic careers. If it's sports, you bet we cover it on Players Perspective Podcast, sponsored by Avera. You can find it wherever you find podcasts by searching DRG Media Group or on drgnews.com. Now, back to myself and Dylan Beach in the broadcast booth for some more Zap Baseball.
Hey Zap baseball fans, it's me, Dylan Beach, welcoming you back here to the broadcast booth. Thank you to Justin Cowart, as always, for that beautiful intro back into bottom of the 4th there in tonight's ball game.
You know, I try to help out these guys every way I can with tips about the broadcasting world, and this is how I get paid back.
You were egging me along. You're saying I wouldn't do it, and you call upon me like that, I have to do it, Justin. As Connor Goldberg comes back up to the plate, he watches strike 1 in there.
And we get to see Richard Gilmore out in the field. Now he's taking the first base line and drew life down the third base line. And we're seeing some more fans making their way here into Hyde Stadium this afternoon.
Martinez, the 0-1. That one in there for strike 2, and Goldberg quickly behind. And our first look at a 3-umpire crew this season. As most nights it's just 2 guys out there. Umps are so hard to find from the lowest to the highest levels. As the 0-2 here to Goldberg. Misses way outside for ball 1. More and more high schools across the country offering officiating classes. I know my high school offers them. I know my college offers quite a few of them as well. It's getting easier and easier to get those licenses. The 1-2 for Martinez. Swung on, belted back. The second baseman trying to make the play. Witt unable to get it in the glove. And a leadoff 2-strike single there for Connor Goldberg.
Nice piece of hitting by Goldberg, just kind of going down and chopping that one. Witt made a really nice attempt at getting to that ball, but just a bit too high for him, and the Zap have a leadoff runner on, and that's exactly what they need, trailing here 4-1.
Goldberg kind of guided that one back out. It was kind of into no man's land. Witt was trying to get a piece of it and was just unable to, as that brings Quinn Ludvigson back up to the plate. Nobody out, the runner on first. Martinez sets fires. That one chopped up from Ludvigsen. This is going to be a hard play to make. Ludvigsen trying to beat it out at first. An impressive recovery there from the catcher, Brody Barker, as that one was just slowly slapped down the line, was chopped way up. I was thinking it was going to hit Ludvigsen for a minute, but Goldberg advances and brings Alex Jackson to the plate, 1 out away.
Kind of a swinging bunt there from Ludvigsen and an outstanding play from the Spuds catcher, Brody Barker.
He picked it up with his left hand and just fired along. It was going to be a hard play to make. Ludvigsen unable to beat it out as Goldberg in scoring position here. That one misses outside to Jackson for ball 1.
That's a nice play by Barker because he took his time. A lot of catchers will have their internal clock sped up because they think they've got to make that play in the blink of an eye. But Barker staying patient, making a good throw.
1-0 to Jackson. In there for strike 1. On the topic of all the parents in town, might need to get Alex Jackson's parents in town. I know they got a couple of jerseys waiting for him in the merch trailer. Alex Jackson, he said he hit his first college home run in front of his parents. Maybe he's waiting to get that first Zap one in front of them and as well, as he awaits the 1-1. That one swung on, driven back the other way. Reeves chasing, makes the play. Goldberg trying to get back in time. Just beats it out. Jackson put a good swing into it, but Reeves, the fast center fielder, erasing that one.
And Richard Gilmore getting a bit of work here early, as he had to make a close call there at second base, and now he's kind of guiding Drew Life. Says, I want you over there. I haven't really stretched my legs out well enough yet to be running all over the infield like this. But now the Zap with 2 outs. We've seen their 2-out magic this season, but, you know, trailing 4-1, when you have runners in scoring position, you got to find a way to get that runner home. A base hit anywhere should score Goldberg from second.
Trey Runge is tasked with that with 2 away. Watches that one low for ball 1. And our 3-man umpire crew trying to gain their footing here. Richard Gilmore, not a lot of time to stretch. He had a long car ride here. There's always the notion that pitchers are athletes too. I'd like to say that some of these umpires are athletes in their own right, having to run around the diamond, especially with these 2-man crews. The 1-0 now. In there for strike 1 to Runge.
Got a loose ball coming in. We've seen a couple of different guys playing second base. Caden Bazansky, Aiden Johnson yesterday, and Trey Runge. We talk about it a lot with the crowded catcher's room. But Runge with an opportunity here to earn himself some more playing time with a big 2-out base hit.
Coach Habiger throwing a laser back to the bullpen. Saw a Casper coach try the same thing last night and it left the ballpark. As Runge count evened up at 1 apiece. That one misses outside, skips in for ball 2.
And a nice stop there by Brody Barker to keep Goldberg staying at second base. Nice backhanded pick with the glove. No time to scoot over and try to block that one with the chest plate. All he could do was throw the glove at it, and he made a great stop.
Trey Runge trying to come up big for the Zap here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 away, the runner on second is Goldberg. Runge at the plate, ahead in the count. Martinez gathering himself here. And sets and fires that one inside for strike 2. That was the 66th pitch of the day for Martinez.
Goodness, he is working ever so efficiently. Nobody up in the bullpen. No sign of Martinez slowing down here. He's just been pumping the strike zone. See if the Zap can take a good swing at one.
Count even at 2 apiece. Goldberg shuttling around the delivery. Misses outside for ball 3. Count full now. This is just the 5th runner on that the Zap have had tonight. As they had Farwell come around and score, they had the bases loaded and left them. And Goldberg getting on with that leadoff single. And the 3-2 now, the payoff. That one skied up by Runge. Witt settling, getting Under it, makes the play. The Zap unable to answer the 3-run frame from the Spuds. We'll be right back here at the top of the 5th.
The summer is here, and you know what that means. The Oahe Zap are back, and we at DRG Media Group are bringing you coverage of every Zap home game all summer long. You can hear all the home Zap games on River 92.7, or you can watch them live on drgnews.com at the River 92.7 station page. The Zap are offering you fans something new every single night. So get out to Hyde Stadium for some Zap baseball this summer. Purchase your tickets on oahezap.com or buy them at the box office. If you can't make it to the game, we've got you covered on River 92.7 Oahe Zap Baseball, brought to you by DRG Media Group.
Bryce Van de Wastine back on the bump for the Zap here in the top of the 5th inning. It's a gorgeous night in Central South Dakota. Perfect night for some baseball. We got Oahe Days, Struggle Jennings going on stage here tonight. Saw a couple of the Casper Spuds out at Oahe Days last night, enjoying what Central South Dakota here in Pierre has to offer. And you can hear it over the crowd mics, the Zap fans and faithful up on their feet. Cole Ottersberg getting a couple fans pumped up. As Van de Wastine coming back out for his second inning of work. He came in relief of A.J. Ponciano, who got the start today. Spuds put up 3 in the top of the 4th inning to take the 4-1 lead. Jake Martinez has been pitching a gem for the Casper Spuds. Game 3 of this 4-game set will come your way tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. We'll go on the air at 2:20 here on River 92.7 and drgnews.com. Pretty good crowd here tonight, but obviously not the biggest crowd we've seen because we're all spread out. Folks have been partaking in all it has to offer. It's not just the concerts tonight. They had the cardboard boat races earlier today down at the Causeway, where kids will spend a couple weeks building just that, boats out of cardboard, and try to make it about a couple hundred yards down the Missouri River before some of them got submerged and tipped over. A couple folks made it, and then we had the Duck Derby that I got to call. I got a very South Dakota day today. I got to call the Countryside Memory Care Center Duck Derby that I called the Kentucky Derby. And then I shot over to Fort Pierre for the Stanley County Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Dina Deering, Jody Owens, Larry Harmon, Tate Gabriel, Lindsey Brown. Mr. Joe Nelson getting inducted today into Hall of Fame history. And then here at Hyde Stadium for the Zap ball game today, and Van de Wastine starts. Brody Barker off with a swing and a miss for strike 1. But they've got carnival rides over there. They've got a barbecue food truck set up that I was eyeing when I was taking my dog Charlie on a walk this afternoon. As Van de Wastine gets another swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, quickly ahead 0-2. And I wasn't the only one taking a peek at that barbecue truck. I think Charlie wanted a little bite of something. That dog will eat just about anything. Here's the 0-2 from Van de Wastine. Just a bit high for ball 1. Oh, wow, Brian Oakland rung him up. Thought that one missed a little bit high, but I was wrong. That one caught the inner half of the zone for strike 3, so a good start for Bryce Van de Wastine. He goes 1-2-3 on pitches and gets the first out. And now Jack Opine back up, and he's got the batting gloves back on.
I thought that one was going to run a little high and inside. I mean, Lang caught that one, and the dust was on the jersey of the hitter.
Van de Wastine will take it, and he gets a quick pop-up, giving chases Polizzi right in the shadow of the dugout, makes the quick out number 2. And a nice play by Vince Polizzi, running out of room quickly, but he was able to squeeze it. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Bryce Van de Wastine. 4 pitches, 2 outs. And that'll give way to Stone Vasic, today's designated hitter for the Casper Spuds.
I'm sure this crowd would love another strikeout here for some cheap beer.
That is, Vasic is today's beer batter. And it's a good start with strike 1. Stone Vasic asking Brian Oakland which part of the zone that one caught, and now Vasic and Oakland having a long conversation. Vasic still hasn't gotten the explanation that he was looking for.
Don't want to make an enemy behind the plate.
Absolutely not.
Richard Gilmore's not coming in relief.
No, he is not. He's already out on the first base line. And that one in there for strike 2.
Nice slider across the plate there for Van de Wastein.
And these fans, well, they love seeing Van de Wastein.
Beer.
They love seeing Van de Wastein paint the corners on all these hitters, but especially tonight's beer batter. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's swung on, foul. And is it in the mitt? They're going to check with Richard Gilmore to see if he caught it. They're going to start throwing it around the diamond. Oakland's going to say that he caught it. It's strike 3, and we've got our first beer batter success of the season. Get you some cheap beer, folks. And now the first base coach of the Casper Spuds having words with Brian Oakland. I'll tell you what, our umpires have had a tough go of it here the past couple of days. We're going to stay right here in the break, as that was an eventful inning. It only lasted 7 pitches for Bryce Van de Wastein. He got a 3-pitch strikeout on the first batter. He got a pop out on the first pitch of the second batter, and he goes 1, 2, 3. And somebody needs to check that fan's ID. Walking around with a Miller Lite can.
That kid looked a little young to be having one of them.
You know what? Look, I know I'm getting older, but that guy, well, he's young enough to be a bat boy. Definitely not old enough to be holding that Miller Lite. Maybe he was just discarding some of his parents' beer. But now we see an influx of flow to the concession stands. And, you know, Dylan, we've talked about it a little bit here throughout the season, but we got the Shock Dog. We've got the Powerhouse Burger. What do they call that burger?
Powerhouse. That's the one.
I nailed it. All right.
That's the one with the pulled pork on it. The Shock Dog's the hot dog with the pulled pork on it. I tried to create some at the post-8 game the other night. Me and Eli Lewis working concessions, trying to brainstorm a sort of a taco burger. Thinking either south of the burger, maybe the beach burger. I don't know, man. Taco meat, some nacho cheese on that burger. See if we can get that on the menu.
That sounds good to me.
It was pretty good. I did give it a test run the other night. But to be fair, I was also grilling up the burgers, so I might have been a little biased on how good it actually tasted.
Always tastes better when you make it yourself. But Alex Sheets always open to new innovative ideas here. He's always trying to take care of the fans of the Oahe Zap. That is his main goal. He is community first. Wants to make sure everybody has a great time here at the ballpark whenever they come out. And we've said it a couple times. We see our intern crew making their way down towards the field with the buckets. The bucket toss is one of the more popular mid-inning games we see here at Hyde Stadium. We actually thought we saw a winner last night. The ball got into the bucket, but the bucket fell on its side, which after further review, it did make it into the bucket, but I guess the bucket has to stay standing, which begs the question, can you actually win at the bucket toss?
I think it's got to be rigged, man.
I mean, you have to toss that ball, have it come in as high as possible, and catch some sort of spin cycle on its way down. But we'll see if anybody can win it here in the upcoming break, as we are back to baseball with the bottom of the lineup. Andrew Phillips, Jake Martinez back out on the mound here for the bottom of the 5th, leading 4-1. And the first pitch to Phillips is chopped up in the air. That's going to bounce in front of the plate and then roll foul. But it caught a piece of the right foot of Andrew Phillips.
So we see another ball roll in. Hudson Ivey was trying his best to stop that one from coming in, as he's going to have to take the trot of shame into the infield to retrieve it.
Yeah, it's not great when you have to run into the field of play as the protector of the bullpen over there. So a quick stoppage has subsided, and we're back to action. Jake Martinez with an 0-1 count to Andrew Phillips. Phillips has made a couple great plays out in center field today, and he takes ball 1 off the plate. Phillips, a powerful left-handed hitter. Would love to see him put a good swing on one. Maybe dig into this deficit just a bit. Here's the 1-1. That one's off the plate for ball 2. We talked about our umpires and coaching staffs getting after them a little bit here today and yesterday. Chris Dozark and Devin Skelton made each other's acquaintance, as this one's grounded sharply towards second. Going to be fielded cleanly by Andrew Witt, firing to first, and that's the first out of the inning. But I got to announce Chris Dozark's name last night and today. He is a member of the Stanley County Hall of Fame. So that was pretty cool to see. He was busy today. He couldn't make the ceremony, but good for him for having his name carved in history. That'll bring up Ty Farwell in the top of this Zap lineup with one out. See if Farwell can get something going. So he takes ball one down low. Farwell got on base earlier today with a walk and then was able to take second. He stole third with no offering from Brody Barker, and then Mason Lang grounded to short. Farwell was able to scamper home. That is the only Zap run here today. That one is in there for strike one. Good pitch by Jake Martinez, who's worked very efficiently today. He's kept his pitch count low. He's kept the bullpen quiet for the Spuds. There's a little bit of movement going on down there. No throwing yet. See if the Zap can force Martinez off the mound. Good pitch, catches the outside corner. Farwell takes. It's strike two. Farwell falls behind 1-2. You know, we heard A.J. Ponciano, who got the start today, when he came up and talked to us just about how much fun it is to play at this stadium. And it is absolutely gorgeous here. The rolling hills on the other side of the Missouri River, providing a perfect backdrop here at Hyde Stadium. The 1-2 to Farwell, grounded sharply over towards the Zap dugout. Got to have your head on a swivel over there.
One thing I gotta recommend for those rolling hills, I think we need the pier sign out there, like they got in Sturgis up on the mountain, out in the rocks. I mean, that'd just be gorgeous out there. Get some big lettering for some pier sign out there.
Here's the 1-2. That one's blocked down in the dirt. The only issue is that's Fort Pierre territory over there.
I keep forgetting about the Twin City type deal.
I was told today that Fort Pierre is the oldest town in the state. Now, I say I was told that today because I don't know if that's true. I'm still just a little over a year here in South Dakota. As this one's ripped down the first base line, and that's going to get down for a Ty Farwell base hit. Farwell swinging a hot bat. That gives way to Gavin Frazier. So the Zap with a runner on first, only one out.
And I will say you received some good information. Fort Pierre is South Dakota's oldest continuously occupied settlement. Sitting on the banks of the Missouri River, the town began as a fur trading hub in the 1700s.
I sure do love Fort Pierre. I get to call all the Stanley County sports, and it was a real honor for me to do that Stanley County Hall of Fame induction earlier today. Here's the first pitch to Gavin Frazier. That's fouled back behind him into the netting. It's a very proud community. And as an outsider coming in, I was a little bit cautious of how it would be recepted, but got to tell you, those folks have made me feel well at home, as they have here on the other side of the river in Pierre. Here's the 0-1 to Frazier. That one in the dirt for ball one. Stanley County currently working on a brand new football and track and field complex over at Ole Williamson Field. Not sure if they'll retain the name Ole Williamson Field, but it is going to be state-of-the-art for the Buffaloes. Here's the 1-1 to Frazier. That one's taken outside for ball two. I think my biggest point of pleasure about this new football and track and field stadium is going to be the new press box. Not because we're getting a new press box. There was really nothing wrong with the older one. The only problem was it was facing right where the sun sets. And I've already got a Y membership as the 2-1 misses just a bit inside. Count runs 3-1 to Gavin Frazier. And I get my sauna time at the YMCA.
Yeah, it'd be like if we had our press box on the third baseline and had to look into the sun the whole time.
That's exactly right. Calling football games is tough when you're staring back into the sunlight trying to get numbers on players and call a good game at the same time. Here's the 3-1 to Frazier. That one catches a piece of the zone. Good pitch from Jake Martinez to work this count full. But man, would it get hot. And that press box, the older one, very spacious, very roomy, but no AC like we have here.
Big issue with a lot of football press boxes at the high school level.
3-2 runner going. That's ball 4. And Farwell will be in standing, and Gavin Frazier will toss the bat, toss all of the gear. And we were kind of laughing last night, not at Gavin Frazier, but he was the last out of the ball game. Didn't like the strike 3 call, as we'll have our first visit to the mound for the Casper Spuds as Jake Martinez, who has pitched outstanding here tonight, maybe running a little bit low on fuel on a hot day here in central South Dakota. His pitch count starting to run high as the Zap are taking some more pitches. Jake Martinez currently sitting at 86 pitches. And if I read that correctly, 47 of which have been strikes. It seems like that number should be higher.
Yeah, and that doesn't take into consideration balls in play, so something's fouled off or...
Okay.
I think fouls off don't count in that. I'd have to ask our game changer user, Katie Acosta, what factors into that, but balls that are hit I don't think go in as strike thrown, so that might be why that's a bit low.
And for the first time tonight, we see a left-hander warming up in the Spuds bullpen. Martinez will continue here in the bottom of the 5th inning. His 88th pitch will come here to Mason Lang. He's got runners on first and second, only 1 out. And the Zap might have something brewing here. Farwell thought about stealing third. That one down and in for ball 1.
Would have been a bad pitch to try to steal third again for Farwell.
Well, he was halfway there. Thought he might just keep going. He's already stolen third once tonight. Of course, you don't want to run in 2 and out with 1 out trailing by 3. Long look back at Ty Farwell from Martinez. Now delivers. Lang chops this one to the first base side. That'll move the runners over as Hunter Billingsley calls off the covering Martinez, takes care of himself. So that's the second out of the inning. But another opportunity here for the Zap with 2 outs that you just feel like they have to capitalize on with Vince Polizzi coming up to the plate.
Yeah, but there's a lot of baseball to be played, but you've got to get some sort of momentum back into your favor. I mean, whether it's just chipping away at this a little bit, but the bats have gone cold. You're 1 lone run coming in the first. It's been a while since you scored. Got to try to get something trending in your direction.
Tying run at the plate and the power hitter Vince Polizzi. 2 outs, runners on second and third. Gavin Frazier standing at second, Farwell standing at third, and Polizzi standing in the right-handed batter's box. First offering to Polizzi is ripped to the third base side, fielded cleanly by Cale McCarville. He'll fire across the diamond and retire the side. So it's been a running theme. Zap leave a couple runners stranded. Can't do anything with it. They still trail 4-1 as we head to the top of the 6th inning here at Hyde Stadium.
Things in life you can't control. Your in-laws just bought a new house right next door. Construction is behind schedule, so you have to detour to work again. That car next to you just lost control and swerved into your lane. Things in life you can control. Wearing your seatbelt. In South Dakota, over 55% of those who die in a car crash aren't buckled up. Control what you can. Always wear your seatbelt.
Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Dunes Golf is celebrating their 30th anniversary this summer. They look forward to seeing old friends and new acquaintances on the driving range and on the course throughout the summer. Play 9 or 18 holes, pay by the round, save with a punch card, or become a member for unlimited play. Dunes Golf is a great location for group outings or a summer play day. Call 605-223-2525 or see golfdunes.com. Just 1 mile north of Fort Pierre on Highway 1806. Dunes Golf.
Get ready, Central South Dakota. Oahe Days in Pierre is back, June 20th and 21st at Steamboat Park.
It's the annual music and arts festival you don't want to miss. Live music, amazing food, local vendors, carnival rides, a beer garden, and so much more.
Friday night, it's 90s party band, the Mallrats.
And Saturday, country fans, Struggle Jennings takes the stage.
The 3 bands each night start at 5 p.m.
Grab the full lineup and details now at oahedays.com.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
It's a family affair here at Hyde Stadium, and the bucket toss is concluded. Brian Oakland back behind home plate, and his father and his daughter down playing the Bucket Toss Challenge. As we get to see all of the Oaklands here tonight. Hello, everybody. Welcoming me back to Hyde Stadium. Justin Coward alongside Dylan Beach. Eli Lewis, our producer, director extraordinaire. Bryce Van de Wastein back out onto the mound as we head to the top of the 6th inning. And really good outing there as Bryce Van de Wastein seeming like he pitched a little bit more comfortable, not inheriting a base full of runners.
And one thing about Bryce is he's pretty good at getting the first pitch strike and getting ahead in these counts, and it's led to a couple of quick innings for the Zap.
See if he can continue that. As the Zap continue to warm up out onto the out on the diamond and out in the outfield, it'll be the bottom of the lineup. Andrew Witt leading off for the Casper Spuds, and we'll say this: if that was the last we saw of Jake Martinez, boy did he pitch great tonight. Throwing a gem and getting himself into a little bit of a jam there at the end, but he got the ground ball from Vince Polizzi. And he ended the inning, and just continuing this almost painstaking, make you want to hit your head against a wall theme of Zap offense, where they put runners in scoring position and just can't seem to do anything else with it.
7 base runners tonight for the Zap, 6 stranded. Just not an equation to win ball games.
Not a winning recipe, Dylan Beach.
As Bryce Van de Wastein gets set here. That one misses, or catches the zone, I should say, for strike 1. Thought that one ran a bit inside. As we don't have any trains rolling out right now, but we got a couple of kids running or walking the tracks.
This is usually about the time of the game when we get our favorite train to come through.
0-1. Shop. Van de Wastein fielding, firing, in time to Polizzi. Nice play there from Van de Wastein. Made the play, twirled across, and delivered a nice throw over to Polizzi in the stretch.
That is an A-plus play from Bryce Van de Wastein, getting a fast runner in Andrew Witt, having to come well off the mound. Van de Wastein was the only one that could have made that play, and we've seen him struggle with plays like that in the past, but he didn't with that one there. And we talked about the play that Brody Barker, the Spuds catcher, made earlier where he took his time. That was one where Van de Wastein didn't have time to take. He had to get that one over quickly, and he did. Outstanding play to get the leadoff runner.
A crucial first out with Marsick and Reeves due up, as that one in there for strike 1. As 2 of the quickest runners on this Casper team are imminent in this inning. Bryce Van de Wastein ahead in the count. 0-1 now. Sets, fires. That one misses outside for ball 1. Tried the slider, just missed a bit away.
I know we're the Zap broadcast, but I kind of want to see this guy Elijah Reeves swing the bat. We see his numbers and see how good he's been all season. I would love to see him put a charge into one, really connect with one, and it be caught by a Zap player. But he's a fun player to watch.
As that one misses for ball 2.
I think he called that one a strike there, Dylan. It's kind of tough with the scoreboard operation.
Yeah, it was going off the scoreboard, but
I believe the count is 1-2.
See the 1-2 now from Van de Wastein. That one in there for strike 2. So it was the 2.
I was wrong. I apologize to our scoreboard operator. It's the first time I've ever been wrong, believe it or not.
And however many years of life I'm not sure how old Justin Coward is. I think one day he just came to Pier as that one fouled off.
I just formulated here, and Fort Pierce started calling Stanley County Buffalo football.
You're just born for it. As myself and Bryce collect themselves. The 2-2 from Van de Wastein. Misses outside and high for ball 3.
I'm an old soul at heart. I used to, when I was like 6 years old, I used to watch David Letterman, and I'd throw on a little clip-on tie and have fake interviews with guests with my little coffee mug. So, for all we know, I could be 50 years old.
As that one's fouled off. And
how old do I look? We got a lot of viewers that listen on the radio and don't get to see us often. Be careful now.
I mean, I'd say you're probably in your upper 20s. Somewhere in there. From the response, I don't know how close I am. Payoff pitch here from Van Wastine. Sets, fires, misses. Never mind, rings him up. Brian Oakland giving Van Wastine a lifeline. Matt Marsick flipped the bat way out of the box, and I can't blame him. I really thought that one was going to be a ball 4.
We're going to stick to my young age because I still want to be able to qualify for the bat boy position.
As we get Elijah Reeves to the plate, a defensive sub after that last inning. Farwell sliding into catcher. Johnson at third now. Is that one in there for strike 1 to Reeves? And I got to tell you, I kind of want to see him swing the bat too. And he's having a quick conversation with Brian Oakland. Elijah Reeves, his 3rd year with the Casper Spuds, was all Independence League last year. The 0-1 now. High for ball 1.
Well, he's so fun to watch on the base paths. He's got so much life in those legs. He's always a threat no matter where he is. We saw it yesterday with that double steal.
The 1-1 swung on foul down that third base line.
Drew Life trying to make a play on that one, our third base umpire. But, you know, it was even the double steal that the Zap tried to coax Elijah Reeves into, and he still was able to beat out the throw with his elite speed.
Reeves, a very entertaining ball player. Certainly would be an even more entertaining player if he played for your favorite team, as I'm sure many of our fans tonight. Zap fans, the 1-2 off speed, just a bit high. We do have some Casper's fans showing out, and I'm sure, I know from my trip that I got to take out to Casper, certainly a fan favorite, always a big cheer when he comes to the plate. And despite the bad relationships between this team, some friendly banter always between him and some Zap players. As the 2-2 from Van Wastine. Inside, he wanted the strike 3 call, doesn't get it. Count runs full.
I think I saw some Casper Spuds enjoying some Mallrats music last night out of the Oahe Days. Good to see them taking in some of the fun to be had here in Pierre this weekend.
Maybe they were the ones calling for some Skinnerd. As the payoff pitch for Van Wastine misses high.
The lead singer for the Mallrats was making it very clear that they were 90s music strictly. Yeah, for those that don't know, there was some... It wasn't any Casper Spuds because these fans up front were getting a little unruly, and I know that the Spuds are all very respectful kids, but... So there were some guys that really wanted to hear some Skinner last night, and the Mallrats.
Who can blame them?
I know, right? It's great stuff. That's my kind of music too. Here's an interesting thing. Look how far up Hunter Billingsley is standing in the left-handed batter's box.
That is interesting. As Van Wastine steps off, I feel like that is much further than he has typically been standing. Maybe trying to.
He might be. I don't know if
challenge
he's going to try
Oakland
to
zone.
That, or maybe he's trying to test our new third baseman over there. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see him square to bunt. He's choked up. Because Van Wastine is not a slow thrower.
That one off speed inside for ball 1. As Van Wastine trying to get out of the inning, try to attack the player at the plate. But Reeves out of his head over there at first. 1-0 from the lefty. Swung on, fouled for strike 1.
And yeah, if you're Bryce Van Wastine, I know you've got Elijah Reeves standing over there on first base, an incredibly fast runner, but you've got 2 outs. You have to solely place your focus on Hunter Billingsley right here. I get that you want to keep him close, and if Elijah Reeves is going to steal second base, maybe you can catch him in a pickoff attempt where he takes off a little bit early. And I know Ty Farwell's got an outstanding arm back there, but Elijah Reeves hasn't been caught stealing much this season. Focus on Billingsley in the batter's box right here.
The 1-1 here. 2 away, the runner on first is Reeves. He checks on him. Back there in time, a nice slide. And Wastine. It's always hard as a lefty. You get to see the batter for so long, or the runner for so long, but it's kind of hard to hide your intentions with the pickoff. Kind of held that one for a while. As Reeves, decent lead at first, goes. Farwell unable to make a throw.
Wouldn't have got him anyway. Farwell doing the wise thing there, just making sure that he had the pitch blocked as for it not to get to the backstop.
He likely would have got third if it got behind him.
Absolutely, yes. So it was a great play there by Farwell. Now you got a guy in scoring position, but again, just make sure you focus on this batter at the plate.
The 10th stolen bag of the year for Elijah Reeves, yet to be caught. The 2-1, that one fouled off speed, got him there for strike 2.
And Billingsley with that swing had one thing and one thing only on his mind, and that was sending it towards that post-state baseball bus hanging out past the right field fence. It was a big old swing from Billingsley, who's got some power.
As Van de Wastein trying to get out of the inning, the 2-2-2 here to Hunter Billingsley. Fires, Reeves goes for third. That one fouled off, a stay-alive swing there from Billingsley.
And Elijah Reeves working on his form tackling over there.
As Van de Wastein here, we got a redo of the 2-2 pitch. Zap shading that right side. Sets, fires that one. Another stay alive, and Justin's been warning him all night to get off the railing there. Dangerous one there.
Well, it'll wake you up. I mean, Billingsley there just kind of fisting one off the end of the bat, going right into those 7 or 8 players that are hanging out on the wall. Luckily, they were able to get out of the way in time of that one. Aiden Johnson shaded way off of that third base bag. We saw Elijah Reeves try to steal on 2 pitches previous. It was fouled away. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him try to do it again here.
2-2 from Van de Wastein. Fouled off for the 3rd consecutive pitch.
You can see Van de Wastein just kind of shaking his head like, how can I get this guy out? Billingsley just fighting off pitch after pitch.
Feels like he has one of those big red wiffle ball bats with some of these balls that he's fouling off. As Van de Wastein trying to put him away. That was his 45th pitch of his day. 3rd 2-2. Swung on and driven back the other way. Reeves coming around third to score. Billingsley stopping at first. A 2-strike, 2-out hit gives another insurance run for the Casper Spuds.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You know, he just kept fighting off pitch after pitch and then finally got one that he could shoot the other way. And he gets a 2-out RBI, and the Zap just continuing to struggle.
It was just such a long at-bat. And we've seen the Spuds take very disciplined trips to the plate where they've just fought off pitch after pitch. We saw one the other night where they kept working it and one got behind the catcher. And we see one here, just fights it off and gets that RBI. Spuds lead the Oahe Zap 5-1 here in the top of the 6th. Van de Wastein trying to get out of it. Sets, that one fouled high off that third base line.
McCarville way out in front of that one, turned on it.
Some kids leaving the ballpark to go get that foul ball. As Carville trying to keep this inning going for the Spuds. Just their 4th hit of the ball game, their 5th run as that one skied up towards the right field line. Goldberg underneath and makes the play for out number 3. One across for the Spuds. We'll see if the Zap can answer here in the bottom of the 6th.
Thinking of travel? Pierre Regional Airport offers non-stop flights to Denver. Starting August 1st, book your destination at united.com. With United Mileage Plus, you can save more by earning miles when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 1-hour flights to Denver and the world beyond. Avoid the crowds, avoid the drive, and enjoy free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. United Airlines in Pierre starting August 1st. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre.
We're good at making excuses for things we don't want to do.
I can't work late because my cat has a job interview.
Unfortunately, we're also good at making excuses for things we shouldn't do, like driving drunk.
There's nothing on the back roads but cows.
The truth is, there's no good reason to drink and drive. Not even if you stick to the back roads. If you drink, don't drive. No excuses. Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Hey, Zap baseball fans, it's
Top
Justin
of the
Cowart.
sixth here, or bottom of the sixth here at Hyde Stadium, as
new pitcher on the mound for the Spuds.
Yep, new pitcher. We'll try to get that figured out, as Martinez's day is over. Was an incredible day for him, as finally comes to an end. He got that big double play from Polizzi to sneak out of it, and only one run allowed for him today. As Lawson Moreno comes to the mound to take things over here for the Casper Spuds.
Good left-handed pitcher, got some life on that fastball. Kind of cocks that left arm and then really whips it through to get the speed.
Lawson Moreno out of Stephen F. Austin.
Texas guy.
Out of Katy, Texas. For those big basketball heads out there, Stephen F. Austin feels like they're always one of them Cinderella teams. Not as familiar with their baseball team, I must admit. But
well, he's got the right colors here today, as he's matching the Stephen F. Austin color scheme. They're purple and white. Spuds are wearing their purple and white today.
And Moreno, despite his hometown being listed as Katy, Texas, was named to the Guatemalan national team in 2023 as his first pitch is skied up by Goldberg. Chasing, can't make the diving play, is River Smith. We are intrigued to see how River Smith would be moving out in right field. He's made a good effort on that one, but was unable to bring that one in.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough play to make, but kind of took a tough fall there as he was diving out into foul ground. You know, I'm surprised that Elijah Reeves didn't come over and call him off from center field to make that play as fast as he is.
It wouldn't shock me if he could make that play.
He'd have to cover all the way from center, but he's fast enough.
0-1, skied up. That one a much more manageable play. Second baseman Witt under it for the first out of the inning. Zap just struggling to get runs across here today. They've limited the big innings from the opposing team. It's just been the response for the Zap. We've mentioned it so much. Big UFC guy. It's kind of like in a fight. You throw the first punch, but lately it's been the Zap taking a lot of hits after they throw out that first punch, as that one misses way high to Ludvigsen. Big UFC news while we were on the broadcast. John Jones retiring.
Wow. That is some breaking news.
As I guess he really did not want to fight Tom Aspinall.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody wants to fight him.
As that one in there for strike one to Ludvigsen.
Hasn't John Jones retired like 3 times now?
It feels like he has. I mean, he went out as a champion as that one outside for ball 2, but we will never get that John Jones-Aspinall fight that I think everyone was really wanting there for a few years. But John Jones retiring, see if anyone can coax him out of that retirement as Ludvigsen swings and misses for strike 2. Had a couple of really nice UFC cards here lately. That's my main man, Marab, winning his last fight. The 2-2, chopped from Ludvigsen. Witt charging, flips to the first baseman in time for the second out of the inning. Witt being called upon a couple of times. Caught the pop-up, had to charge for that one. Made the nice underhanded toss over to Billingsley in time for the second man down.
Zap are putting some balls in play, but nothing really challenging this Spuds defense. They've all really been softly hit balls as this one's put into charge, and Oh, that's a quick bottom of the 6th there.
Right into the glove of Marsick and left from Jackson. A first pitch swing. Zap go down 1-2-3. Can't answer the Spuds. 1 run in the 6th. We'll be right back in the top of the 7th.
Things in life you can't control. Your in-laws just bought a new house right next door. Construction is behind schedule, so you have to detour to work again. That car next to you just lost control and swerved into your lane. Things in life you can control. Wearing your seatbelt. In South Dakota, over 55% of those who die in a car crash aren't buckled up. Control what you can. Always wear your seatbelt.
Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Dunes Golf is celebrating their 30th anniversary this summer. They look forward to seeing old friends and new acquaintances on the driving range and on the course throughout the summer. Play 9 or 18 holes, pay by the round, save with a punch card, or become a member for unlimited play. Dunes Golf is a great location for group outings or a summer play day. Call 605-223-2525 or see golfdunes.com. Just 1 mile north of Fort Pierre on Highway 1806. Dunes Golf.
Get ready, Central South Dakota. Oahe Days in Pierre is back, June 20th and 21st at Steamboat Park.
It's the annual music and arts festival you don't want to miss. Live music, amazing food, local vendors, carnival rides, a beer garden, and so much more.
Friday night, it's 90s party band, the Mallrats.
And Saturday, country fans, Struggle Jennings takes the stage.
The 3 bands each night start at 5 p.m.
Grab the full lineup and details now at oahedays.com.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Big thank you to all our veterans here in the top of the 7th inning as they were announced, as is customary in the top of the 7th each night here at Hyde Stadium. Beautiful, beautiful evening here in Central South Dakota. I wish we could say the same about the Zap baseball performance here tonight, but the Casper Spuds have just been giving them everything they can handle. The pitching for the Spuds has been outstanding here tonight. We'll see if the Zap offense can get going, but they got to get through the top of the 7th inning here. As we welcome you back, new pitcher on the mound for the Zap. It's Hudson Ivey taking the mound. Good outing from Bryce Van de Wastein. He gave up 1 run on his own. He gave up a couple won't be earned by him. Those were inherited runners that A.J. Ponciano left on the mound. As it's a 5-1 ball game, Spuds out in front. And we got a new batter as well, Theo Klummer will be stepping into the batter's box for the Spuds. And Hudson Ivey continuing to get loose out there on the mound. As shadows cast its way across the middle of the diamond. As the thing is made its way across. Sun is setting. Now we're starting to get into the later days here of the season. Sorry, folks. Trying to get the
they all get
roster.
shorter.
They all do get shorter there. Don't ask
Don't ask Brooks about it.
That. You will put his mind in a conundrum.
I mean, he was just dumbfounded about the summer solstice.
If you weren't with us last night, one of our favorite interns, Brooks Cartwright, was trying to get they were trying to figure out what the summer solstice was and how it could be the longest day. He kind of was saying they're all 24 hours, though. He said, no, with the sunlight. As the new batter, it's not Klummer, it's actually Theo Kummer. He will step into the right-handed batter's box. Brian Oakland getting ready to go here as we get our first look at Hudson Ivey here tonight. Kummer standing at 5'11", weighing in just over about 200 pounds. Well, he's right under 200, about 190. It looks like he's put on a little bulk here this summer. As Kummer swings and misses. He took strike 1, and now he swings and misses at strike 2.
Another Texas guy. That pipeline to Casper, not one you'd think of, but
Well, it's really interesting to see where a lot of these guys come from. I'd love to get the storyline, and we'll talk to, I believe we'll have Wyatt Gladue up in the booth tomorrow. As Ivy trying to get Cummer. That one chopped up the middle, giving chase, backhand play, up, and a Derek Jeter throw to first in time. What a play! Trey Runge showing off some skills there, doing his best Derek Jeter impression, but from the second base side, and he gets Cummer down, just making a gorgeous play there, acrobatic, flying through the air.
No.
Absolutely, that's a SportsCenter top 10 play right there from second baseman Trey Runge.
That's like the third hit I just feel like the Zap have just kind of taken away from the Spuds in this one.
So Cummer was hitting for Rimmer Smith. That'll give way to Brody Barker. And Barker takes a strike. So Hudson Ivy off to a good start. 4 pitches, 4 strikes. And, well, that one, as Bob Uecker would say in Major League, just a bit outside as it makes its way to the backstop. Ty Farwell didn't even try to catch that pitch.
Got all the way to the padded backstop.
1-1 off the glove of Ty Farwell. That's a ball, so that'll be 2-1. Saw a great story about the Bob Uecker cameo in Major League. They didn't really give him lines. They just kind of said, you know what, you're the professional broadcaster, just do what you do. As this one's chopped right back to Runge. That one takes an incredibly unfortunate hop off the inskirt of the infield and goes over the head of Runge. That looked like a routine play until it caught a little divot in the grass there. And just unfortunate all the way around.
Yeah, that one took about, it was the most peculiar hop I've ever seen. Is it?
Usually you see that happen on the dirt where a footprint has been, or a running mark. But that one caught something in the grass, and it hit like a trampoline and went over the head of Trey Runge for a base hit.
And a lot of time if it catches that grass, it'll, if anything, it'll kind of roll rather than hop back up. But, I mean, that one just skipped just way high. Trey Runge would have needed a pair of stilts to make that play.
Absolutely. So now the Spuds have Barker on first. And we've got another new hitter, Cody Clausius, who's hitting well this season, hitting .327. This Spuds team very familiar with each other. 15 returning guys as Clausius swings and misses at that one. So quickly 0-2. Clausius, a left-handed hitter out of Wilmington. The 0-2 pitch is skied way high into the sunlight in left field, giving chases Jackson underneath it, playing the wind a bit, gets his glove on it. That's the second out. So Hudson Ivy has just been pitching beautifully here for the Zap. Got that great play out of Trey Runge for the first out. Then the unfortunate bounce on a really routine ground ball to Trey Runge gave the Spuds a gift of a base hit. Then he got Clausius to pop out there to Alex Jackson. And now Stone Vosick will step into the right-handed batter's box for the Spuds. They're going to check on the runner over there at first base as Barker is back standing. Ivy a bit of a sidewinder himself. His delivery comes out around his belt. Tall right-handed pitcher. Big swing and a miss there from Vosick for strike one.
It's not a release you see every day as a batter either, so it's certainly got to take a bit of getting used to see that release point.
Especially for a right-handed hitter when you almost instinctively feel like that pitch is going to come in on the inside. Quick peek over to first for Ivy. Takes a second for good measure. And the off-speed pitch fouled back into the netting behind him. Quickly 0-2. And this is a great opportunity for some of these relievers that maybe don't see. You know, every reliever is going to see some innings here. As don't forget, Stone Vosick is our beer batter. He's already struck out once and gotten a discount on beer for the fans in attendance here. Let's see if Hudson Ivy can deliver again. Here's the 0-2. That goes behind him, bounces right back to Ty Farwell, but Barker already at second. And there was that pitch we were talking about, the right-handed hitters being worried about. That one didn't even come inside. That one went behind him.
That one was a wild pitch there from Hudson Ivy.
Second wild pitch of the inning for Ivy. He's been good on every other pitch here this inning. Naruto Saito and some other Zap players trying to will Hudson Ivy to the strikeout. That one runs inside, almost hits him again.
Looked like it got some cloth there at least.
Well, Bosick was trying to see if Brian Oakland would give him the free base. Oakland said, I didn't hear it or see it hit anything. Barker at second, 2 outs, 2-2 count for Hudson Ivy. The pitch swung on and missed, and the beer batter goes down again, and Hudson Ivy cranking up the crowd. So we'll see if that'll carry some momentum in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Zapper trailing, but they're coming up after this short break. It's time to stretch here at Hyde Stadium. We'll step away. It's a 5-1 ball game. Zap trying to come back in this one.
And you know what that means. The Oahe Zap are back, and we at DRG Media Group are bringing you coverage of every Zap home game all summer long. You can hear all the home Zap games on River 92.7, or you can watch them live on drgnews.com at the River 92.7 station page. The Zap are offering you fans something new every single night. So get out to Hyde Stadium for some Zap baseball this summer. Purchase your tickets on OaheZap.com or buy them at the box office. If you can't make it to the game, we've got you covered on River 92.7 Oahe Zap Baseball, brought to you by DRG Media Group.
Take me out to the ball game, sang by a young Zap fan down there, as some folks make their way to the beer cooler right underneath us here at Hyde Stadium after Hudson Ivy fired up the crowd with a strikeout of our beer batter, and even flashed a little signal over there to the fans. Time to get yourself a cold one. That's the second beer batter. We haven't had a beer batter go down this season here at home yet, I don't believe, and now we've had 2 in one game.
That's a good sign when you're getting those strikeouts against the beer batter. And it's,
as we're going to see the Spuds trotting out the left-hander again. Austin Moreno. A quick work, and now we get to see Mr. Hammonds back. Now we saw his first at bat last night. He went down swinging on a strikeout. But again, he had just stepped off the bus, it seemed, for the Zap. So we'll see after a little bit of time off, a little bit of time to settle in, if Connor Hammonds can get things going. And now he's going to have a chat with Brian Oakland, make sure the lineup card reads all the same. Hammonds has stepped in here for Trey Runge. Runge made an outstanding play there at second base in the top half of the 7th. So now Brian Oakland going to do his due diligence. Oakland behind the plate. Drew Life down at third, and Richard Gilmore making his way into Pier in about the 5th inning to step out and umpire at first. First pitch to Hammonds is just a bit high for ball 1. Hammonds rips one to the third base side. Good backhand play made by Cale McCarville, firing across, but good to see Connor Hammonds put a charge into one there. First out of the inning as Hammonds goes down.
Really thought we were about to see his first career Zap hit. I mean, he really put something behind that one. And there's a nice play there from McCarville over at the hot corner.
He was ready for that quick fastball by Lawson Moreno. And now Andrew Phillips, the 9-hole hitter, trying to get on base, give way to Ty Farwell. Phillips with the baby blue bat will take one inside for ball 1. Oakland letting Moreno know that one running off just a bit too far inside. Here's the 1-0. Turning to bunt, fouling that one off to the third base side is Phillips. It's our first bunt attempt of the evening. We saw Andrew Phillips. Actually, we saw a Zap player earlier with a swinging bunt. So Phillips here with the 1-1 count, 1 out. Moreno delivers. That one just misses. Nope, that's in there for a strike. Thought that one may have crossed a little bit high, but it finds the way into the strike zone. Count runs 1-2. Moreno looking for another quick inning here. Moreno sets and delivers. And down goes Andrew Phillips swinging. So 2 quick outs here for Moreno. That'll bring up the top of the lineup at Ty Farwell.
Still have outs to work with if you're the Zap, but with not a lot of momentum here lately, it feels like there's less outs than there is.
So here in the bottom of the 7th, Zap trailing by 4, trying to get something going with 2 outs. Ty Farwell will take one off the plate for ball 1. Good to see Gavin Frazier still having a smile on his face, playing around with Naruto Saito in the on-deck circle. Gavin demands a lot out of himself, hasn't been playing his best baseball as of late, but he's a kid who can really turn it around quickly. And you got to keep your spirits up, especially in a losing streak like this for the Zap. It just seems so close. Have things going for him, and then a big inning comes along for their opponent as Farwell hacks and misses that one. Count 2-1.
That's why this one's kind of been a frustrating one in a different element for the Zap is you've left some guys stranded and you've held the opponent to 5 and you just haven't been able to respond offensively.
Here's the 2-1 to Farwell. He rips that one towards the second baseman, and that one gets through. So Farwell continues his great work at the plate. That's his 2nd hit of the night, 3rd time on base. I can't believe it, but we're creeping up on the 9 o'clock hour here in Central Time, the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast, and I'm getting calls from my grandmother.
I wonder if this is a butt dial or...
No, she's calling to talk about the Travelers Championship taking place.
Just know from personal experience, my own father butt dials me an awful lot. I get the call and I'm like, hey, Dad, nothing.
Check over to first base. They had Farwell picked off, but the throw gets by Clausius at first. So Farwell will get to second. Boy, they had him dead to right. What a move by Lawson Moreno. He had his eyes set on Gavin Frazier in the right-handed batter's box, but threw over, playing a little snake eyes. And had Clausius caught that ball, Farwell would have been tagged out by a mile.
Gavin Frazier got a big smile on his face after that one. I mean,
and Devin Skelton talking to Richard Gilmore. I don't know if they're joking about almost getting hit by that pass ball or if they wanted a balk. We'll explain the rule on the balk from the left-handed pitcher here in a moment as the pitch to Frazier is up and away. There's a 45-degree angle that a pitcher cannot cross with his lead leg when trying to pick off. For the left-handed pitchers, that's his right leg. Farwell dancing back and forth on second, trying to keep the attention off of Frazier from Moreno as that one misses up and in.
I'm pretty sure I just got butt dialed from my dad in the middle of the broadcast.
He may have done that on purpose. And no, my grandmother did not butt dial me. She's wanting to talk about how Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy haven't found their way to the top of the leaderboard. She's a big golf fan. I'm sure she'd love a round out at Dunes. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Frazier rips that one, but foul down the left field line. I'm just shocked she's still awake. And I'm shocked she's not tuned into some Zap baseball, to be honest with you. Farwell standing on second. The count is now 2-1 to Gavin Frazier. I think your dad might have been playing a joke on you there. Here's the 2-1. That one way high for Frazier. Base open at first. Wouldn't be the worst thing for Moreno to put Gavin Frazier and force out at every base. You know, my dad sticks to the strict rule of I'm not going to call you during a broadcast. Here's the 3-1 to Frazier. And that one gets through the third base side, and Farwell's going to round third and head for home. That one gets all the way to Matt Marsick in left field. The throw is cut off. And the Zap have their second run, and good for Gavin Frazier. We talked about him having to break out of the slump, and maybe that's just the thing to do it. His family here in attendance, loving to see that. And it's a 5-2 ball game, so the Zap getting more 2-out magic, and now Aiden Johnson will try to come up and continue this inning.
A nice bounce-back game for Gavin Frazier, getting some words from Coach Skelton. He walked his last time up, put a nice swing into that one to get another run on the board for the Zap.
Well, the other thing, too, was 2 pitches previous he put a charge into one, but it went foul. So he just let that ball travel a little bit further. He was able to get it by Hunter Billingsley at third. So Johnson will take a pitch. That is called strike one on the inside corner. And now you're one base runner away from putting the tying run at the plate in Vince Palizzi. Johnson with a little fist shot towards the second base side. Underneath it is Andrew Witt, and that will retire the side. But the Zap do score one here in the bottom of the 7th. We head to the top of the 8th. It's 5-2 Spuds, leading here at Hyde Stadium.
Looking for happenings in Central South Dakota? The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce Community Calendar is your go-to for all the latest events. From entertainment to local benefits, community activities, and more, there's something for everyone. Email your event to contactchamber@pierre.org and it will be listed on the weekly calendar. To view the calendar, go to www.pierre.org. Let's celebrate together in the heart of South Dakota. The Pierre Area Chamber of Commerce, connecting our community one event at a time.
Doing a little spring cleaning at your house? I'm Val Keller, City of Pierre Solid Waste Manager, letting you know the City Supply Swap program can help. We'll recycle cleaning supplies, paint, and other household chemicals you don't want anymore. Plus, you're free to take any products other people dropped off for recycling. The swap program helps our customers and keeps things out of our landfill. Supplies we accept include stains and sealers, pesticides, chemicals, typical cleaning agents, as well as oil-based paint, latex paint, and spray paint. For additional information, call 605-773-7434. Again, that's 773-7434 for more information about recycling your household supplies and paint. Let the City of Pierre help you get your home and garage cleared out and cleaned up for the summer months.
This public service message is brought to you by the radio stations of the DRG Media Group in Pierre.
New pitcher for the Zap here at the top of the 8th. It's Josh Porter. He's been starting here lately, coming in relief. We've been talking about it a lot here lately. The approach from going from relief to starter, him going from starter to reliever here tonight, as Zap is using all sorts of different arms. They get within 3 again with the RBI there from Gavin Frazier.
Does that surprise you at all? Hudson Ivey pitched some pretty good ball out there and didn't really rack up many pitches. Maybe Jamie Habiger wanting to save him for later in this series or later in this homestand. I'm not sure, but Hudson Ivey did some great work out there.
Yeah, he was working well in only 15 pitches thrown, so it might have been a deal. We might be able to save you for another outing where you can go a bit longer, and if Josh Porter can get through this one quickly, might see him leave after just 1 inning too, so he can maybe still make a start in this series. But I've talked to Josh quite a bit, real friendly guy, and he was kind of telling me that he's not one that you can rush maybe a day early for a start, so maybe he wouldn't be due up for a start in this series, but maybe a chance to get a couple of innings in relief. As the Zap's trying to keep things where it's at, they're within 3, bit of momentum heading in their direction.
Looks like Caden Bazanski out at second base.
I believe that is Caden Bazanski coming in because Runge was pinch hit for by Hammonds, and Hammonds told me as we were setting up for Oahe Days the other day, he plays first and corner outfield. And we saw a guy like Aiden Johnson come play second base earlier, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities, but I didn't think Hammonds was a second baseman, so Bazanski will come in defensive relief. As we're here in the 8th, Zap trail 5-2. Witt at the plate, watches strike 1 from Porter.
Porter's got a lively fastball himself. Tall kid, can really bring it.
Tops out around high 80s as that one misses outside for ball 1. Josh, I've talked to him about his velo a bit. He says he's gotten up to 90 one time unofficially, but sits around that 88, 87 range as that one was lively, swung on and missed for strike 2. Count at 1-2 now for Porter. He's trying to get his first K of the night. Him and Wyatt Gladue, very close friends. Fullerton College teammates. That one in there just misses for ball 2.
Looks like that one was just off the plate, but Josh Porter throwing his hands up in the air, asking Oakland where that one missed.
Count evened up at 2 apiece. Porter wanted his first strikeout of the night. Andrew Witt staying alive. That one swung on and missed. No doubt about that one. Josh Porter gets him swinging for the first out of the inning.
And he pulled the string on that one, kind of coaxed him in with the fastballs, and then threw a little changeup in there to slow things down. Such a tough pitch to catch up to for a hitter when you're facing really, really pumping fastballs, and then you kind of change it up with some off-speed.
Lineup turns around for the left fielder, Matt Marsick, and Porter, a guy who really works well in confidence. That one in there for strike 1. And maybe a bit of a confidence boost there for Porter. It's a completely different ball game to come out of relief, and might just see the lineup one time at max as that one off the plate for ball 1.
Porter, a guy that works quickly, too. You can tell when he gets in a rhythm, he wants to stay in that rhythm.
As he comes set for the 1-1. That one swung foul. That one saved by one of those trees from heading into the pond. Hit a branch and came right back down. As one lucky kid will get to turn that one in for a slushie and a trading card. As Porter looking for his second K in a row. The 1-2. Swung on, missed, fouled off into the glove of Farwell. Couldn't keep it in there. So close, just kind of skipped out of the glove at the last possible minute.
That's one you really want your catcher to help you out with and just try to squeeze onto. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite Porter.
As the 1-2 from Porter offers, that one fouled off. As Marsick showing a bit smile, fouling off a couple here, staying alive. Marsick and Reeves make a very exciting outfield duo with their speed and ability at the plate. A nice 1-2 punch for them this season. As Porter, the 1-2, that one fouled off again.
Yeah, he threw the changeup again. Marsick was ready for it, just able to foul it off. We've seen some really good at-bats from these Spuds batters tonight, staying alive in these counts. I'm interested. I would love to hear the conversation between Porter and Farwell as Farwell makes his way out to the mound.
Meeting concludes. Maybe we can try to figure out this week what that inside peek into those conversations. It's always fascinating, the relationships between the pitcher and catcher. Some of them formed over years. A lot of these ones in this league formed over weeks as the 1-2 misses outside for even up the count at 2 apiece.
Well, they have to. A lot of these guys don't get into town until a couple days before the season starts. Got to kind of force those relationships to mesh.
2-2 from Porter. That one misses outside for ball 3. It's not like at the major league level where you can be drafted in the same class as a guy and play with him your entire career. Saw Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina break the record for the longest running battery. As these guys just get a handful of games together, as that one fouled off again. Marsick just doing a great job to stay alive. He's got the count full, but he is making Porter work for this one.
And this is not one of those situations where you want that dropped third strike that was fouled into the mid of Ty Farwell to come back to haunt you.
Here comes the 10th pitch of the at-bat. The 3-2 payoff. Swung on, Bazanski trying to field it through his legs. Marsick, a 10-pitch single here in the top of the 8th.
And that's one you've got to help your pitcher out. I don't know for Bazanski if he was just worried about the speed of Marsick. That ground ball kind of moved him backwards, but that's 2 plays by 2 fielders for the Zap that should have been made.
That one will Be recorded as an error for Byzanski, and it'll bring Elijah Reeves to the plate. One away. That one swung on and missed for strike one. Reeves a bit of a smile after that one, maybe acknowledging the good pitch there from Porter, as he got him seeing green light all the way there. As the 0-1 now from Porter. Misses low for ball one. Marsick dancing around a little bit over there at first. See if Porter and Lizzie try the pickoff at any point. Doesn't have a big lead.
Yeah, and Porter's got a quick delivery, too.
The 1-1. That one chopped to Gavin Frazier. Only play going to be at first. Just in time. Over to Polizzi. A smart play from this infield's leader, Gavin Frazier, just to take the out at first. On the speedy runner, Reeves, you certainly weren't going to be able to get both in, as Frazier had to charge that one. You weren't going to be able to get that play at second.
That was a very close play, and a great play by Gavin Frazier. He almost kind of got himself faking the toss to second. But a bang-bang play. Nice job by the middle infield here for the Zap.
Two away for Porter. That one swung on and missed for strike one. As Marsick battling maybe some sweat in the eyes out there on second. Could also be some of these South Dakota mosquitoes.
There's one little ray of sunshine making its way through right in the face of Gavin Frazier.
That one misses for ball one. Sun, it takes so long to set here in South Dakota. Last night's summer solstice just about set around 9:47 Central Time. It's 9:08 now, still sneaking through as that one skips in for ball two. Porter behind in the count, trying to get out of this inning unscathed. Zap trail 5-2 here in the top of the eighth. Marsick out there on second. Hit could probably score him. That one skips in. A good block there from Farwell behind the plate. Porter at risk of a walk here, but two away and first base open. Wouldn't be the worst thing. Make a force out at every base.
Well, Marsick's going to be running on contact with two outs. And a hitter's count here. Got to be careful if you're Porter.
3-1, swung on and absolutely driven to right field. Drifts out of the ballpark, stays fair. A two-out homer for Hunter Billingsley. Had some much-needed insurance for the Casper Spuds.
And that was a nice swing by Billingsley, just turning on a fastball. And tell you what, if we had that trademark breeze here in Hyde Stadium, that one might have been pushed foul. It was close. That one just crested over the top of the foul pole.
I was thinking it was going to go foul for the longest time of that. It looked like he was a little early on it, but that flag out there just draped completely down. No wind in sight. It's the second time Hunter Billingsley has taken his college teammate Josh Porter yard this year. He got him out in Casper, and on almost an identical swing over that right field wall gets him again as Porter misses for ball one. And just like that one, Zapper so close to getting out of this inning, is that one in there for ball two. Give up a two-run homer. The lead's out to 5, the biggest of the game. Momentum back in Casper's court. The 2-0 from Porter. Fouled over the backstop. As strike one, Porter's trying to get out of the inning now.
That's a tough break for the Zap, too. Felt like after that run brought across by Gavin Frazier there in the bottom of the 7th, if you could get out of this inning, get your bats back up. It's only a 3-run game, but now the Zap are really going to have to fight.
That one in there for ball 3. As Hunter Billingsley took a 3-1, a very hitter-friendly count, and just put it out of the ballpark. As that one misses for ball 4. The inning continues for Casper in a bit of a 2-out rally here. As Zap just trying to get back to the dugout, give their bats a chance. Still a very manageable deficit, though 6 outs remaining. You'll have to work efficiently. Zap just feel like they have just stranded too many tonight. They've given up, that was the 10th free pass of the ball game. Back-to-back nights allowing double-digit walks. Porter sets and fires. That one misses high and inside. Clausius ducked out of the way of that one.
I believe this is Theo Kummer in the batter's box for the Spuds.
Got my pinch hitters mixed up as 1-0. That one skied Andrew Phillips and Alex Jackson. Jackson calls him off, makes the play for the 3rd out of the inning, but a 2-run homer from Hunter Billingsley does the damage, and the Zap trails 7-2 heading to the bottom of the 8th.
Thinking of travel, Pierre Regional Airport offers non-stop flights to Denver. Starting August 1st, book your destination at united.com. With United Mileage Plus, you can save more by earning miles when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 1-hour flights to Denver and the world beyond. Avoid the crowds, avoid the drive, and enjoy free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. United Airlines in Pierre starting August 1st. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre.
We're good at making excuses for things we don't want to do.
I can't work late because my cat has a job interview.
Unfortunately, we're also good at making excuses for things we shouldn't do, like driving drunk.
There's nothing on the back roads but cows.
The truth is, there's no good reason to drink and drive. Not even if you stick to the back roads. If you drink, don't drive. No excuses. Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Hey Zap baseball fans, it's Justin Cowart. If you're interested in a podcast that's sports and only sports, you need to check out Players Perspective. I have athletes and coaches from the South Dakota area and across the country, from the high school all the way up to the professional level. Come on and tell stories of their biggest and best moments of their athletic careers. If it's sports, you bet we cover it on Players Perspective Podcast, sponsored by Avera. You can find it wherever you find podcasts by searching DRG Media Group or on drgnews.com. Now, back to myself and Dylan Beach in the broadcast booth for some more Zap Baseball.
Back here at historic Hyde Stadium for the bottom of the 8th, and the Zap are going to need another rally. 2-run homer from Hunter Billingsley put the deficit at 5. The Zap just running out of answers here tonight. 6 outs to work with, as they've stranded quite a few here already tonight. The dangerous part of the lineup due up. Got the 4, 5, 6. So the heart of this Zap lineup going to have to get things started.
We'll see if A.J. Ponciano can deliver a little bit of life here. Saw Billingsley go deep. Maybe Pulizzi can go deep.
As Pulizzi makes the cross in the dirt. Steps into the batter's box. New walk-up song here tonight for him. Got rid of Let's Get Loud, as first pitch just a bit early on that one. Pulls that one foul down that third base line. A lot of room to work with. Marsick maybe going to be shadowing over a bit more to that left field side as he goes and retrieves that ball. But Pulizzi trying to pull that one. Would have almost certainly been extra bases if he would have been able to wait off a little bit longer on that one. As the 0-1 now. Miss is low for ball 1. As Lawson Moreno comes back out for the Casper Spuds. Got that top button of his jersey undone, showing off the chain. The 1-1 skied by Pulizzi. Right fielder under it makes the play for out number 1 as River Smith came out of the ball game and defensive relief.
And Cale McCarville moving over from third over into right field.
Knew they had made a shift because Billingsley went across the diamond to first, and Clausius went to place him at first base, but Cale McCarville is the missing piece to that puzzle. As Nick Golden now trying to get things going. Shows bunt, pulls it back for ball one. Nick Golden coming in for Connor Goldberg. Nick Golden legged out that triple yesterday on a ball that looked like it was going to be caught, and then a throw that looked like he was going to be tagged out. The 1-0 misses for ball two. Nick Golden, I think he works his best when he's against the odds. 5 outs remaining. Love a base hit here to get something started for the Zap. 2-0. In there for strike one to Golden. Golden out of Sacramento, California. Goes to American Rivers College. As 2-1 swung on, fouled back for strike two.
Can't get it back and all in one swing, so you got to just try to start piecing some runs together, put some guys on base.
Nick Golden is trying to get something started here. Down 5, the 2-2 misses low for ball three. Nick Golden has really been able to carve out a role in this Zap team through his kind of defense and grit. He gets hit by pitch a lot. He plays some spectacular defense out in the field, and it's allowed for him to get some more plate appearances as that one runs high for ball four, and Nick Golden draws the walk.
And Golden and Moreno having a little couple words as he makes his way down to first base. Not much you can really say as a Zap player here. I don't think that one was intentional running it up and in, but of course you know the bad blood between these two teams. We'll see if Quinn Ludvigsen can get something going here.
Ludvigsen been swinging a very hot bat as of late for the Zap. Playing DH today. That one misses high for ball one. Golden was thinking about going for a minute. Didn't have much of a leadoff, though. As Ludvigsen ahead in the count. Saw him in relief out in Spearfish give himself some run support with a homer as Moreno checks on Golden over at first, back in time.
Thought that might be coming with the left-handed pitcher, and Golden showing a little happy feet over there on that first pitch.
Golden not afraid to take some bags. He's got some good speed as that one catches the plate for strike one to Ludvigsen. So 5 outs to work with. Zap have the 1-out walk and Golden on first. Ludvigsen at the plate. A lot of room out in left field if he can push one back the other way. He pulls and chops that one to the first baseman. Foot race in time to first base. Everybody's safe. The throw got away from Moreno. A good play there from the catcher, Brody Barker, to back it up and prevent that one from getting to the backstop and extending that play. Nick Golden and Ludvigsen thought about running, but both of them halted.
Well, Ludvigsen kind of hit that one into the perfect jail spot for this infield for the Spuds. Nobody really in the perfect position to make that play, and almost an impossible base to cover for Moreno. And Ludvigsen always hustling. They're down 5, but not out. Ludvigsen knowing that. Legs out the infield single.
Alex Jackson now to the plate. The 0-0 swung on, fouled back for strike one. Jackson's last time up, he put a really nice swing into the ball, but the only problem was he hit it about as perfectly to Matt Marsick out left as he could. A lot of room out in this big outfield to find some grass. The 0-1 misses for ball one. Runners on first and second. The Zap trying to cook up a bit of a rally here. 5 outs to work with left in the ball game on this beautiful South Dakota night. On a cloud in the sky, the 1-1. Misses low for ball two. Alex Jackson giving Nick Golden the sign to stay put. Didn't get away from the catcher.
You don't need all of them here. You just need a couple to give yourselves a fighting chance in the bottom of the 9th.
And again, the Zap finding themselves in a fortuitous spot. Their only issue has been all these home games not able to bring runs across when you get them in scoring position. We'll see if they can change that here.
2-1 here to Jackson. Sets and fires. That one driven back the other way. Reeves settles underneath it. Back-to-back well-hit balls from Jackson finding a glove. That's just kind of one you got to laugh about.
That is so unfortunate for Alex Jackson. 2 laced base hits that couldn't become base hits because they were hit right to one, the left fielder, and now the center fielder. And you feel for Alex Jackson. He's putting good swings on these. And sooner or later, they'll find gaps. But the Zap in desperate need of some hits here.
It's such a big ballpark, a frustrating feeling, as it's not very deep, but there's a lot of space to work with out in the outfield, as that one misses high to Bazansky for ball 1. As last time he went up, he lined right out to Marsick, and then Reeves settled under that one. The liners, they'll find the grass eventually, as the 1-0 driven from Bazansky through. Golden rounding third, coming across the relay just about in time. Nick Golden didn't get down to slide. Everyone going to keep advancing. Ludvigsen into third, Bazansky into second. Coach Habiger thought about sending Ludvigsen for a second, but puts the stop sign on after the ball kind of got away from Moreno.
Well, Ludvigsen wasn't really running that hard into third because I thought he kind of just assumed that with that throw into home that everything was going to be gravy. I think if maybe he had been chugging a little bit harder, Habiger might have decided to send him. But, of course, you don't want to run into the final out of the inning when you got a little bit working here. And a great job at the plate by Caden Bazansky. Keep this inning alive and get another run for the Zap.
2 outs. Phillips at the plate. Swings on that one and misses for strike 1. Ducks on the pond for the Zap. 2 away. 0-1 here to Andrew Phillips. As the runners getting very active. That one in there for strike 2.
And we see it so often, Dylan. You've got a great opportunity here to make this a close game. You've just got to get a timely base hit.
The 0-2 here to Phillips. That one misses low for ball 1. Phillips going to have to work in this at bat. It's quickly put behind in the count. His first game back with the Zap was out of town yesterday due to the previously mentioned engagement, as he's trying to be the hero here for the Zap. A trail by 4, 7-3, but a base hit could cut that lead to 2. With quick Bazansky on second and Ludvigsen at third. The 1-2. Swung on, driven, gets into the glove. It's going to be a foot race, and Andrew Phillips is going to win it. The Zap get one across. Clausius made a good play to keep that one in the glove and save a run, but was never going to win that foot race as he took a bit of an awkward turn. And Andrew Phillips able to leg that one out and keep this inning going.
Well, we saw that twice now this inning where it was Clausius just kind of in no man's land on the ground ball and nowhere really to go with the baseball. And now, in an interesting turn of events, they got that timely base hit they needed in the tying run, and Ty Farwell coming to the plate.
Ty Farwell, a big at-bat here. Runners on the corners. Phillips, the ever so fast runner. If you get an extra base hit, he could almost surely score on it. And Ty Farwell has just been putting some charges in the last couple at-bats.
Well, if there's ever a guy you wanted up in this situation right now, it's who's coming to the plate and Ty Farwell.
That lineup change proving crucial as Farwell leading off tonight. And then you have Gavin Frazier behind him who put in a nice timely hit earlier of 2 outs. Zap, all the makings of maybe a 2-out rally here with Farwell at the plate. Down 7-4. Moreno misses high to Farwell. With a base open and with how dangerous he has been swinging the bat here tonight, might see a couple of balls before we see a strike. As see if Phillips gets a lead over at first. The 1-0 misses low. Good block there from Barker. As he requests a new baseball.
Farwell perfectly content letting these pitches miss the zone. And, you know, Gavin Frazier may have found a little something in his last at-bat.
As Estevan Baca leading a nice clap here for the Zap team. Phillips goes in there. No contest. It was a ball as well. So a 3-0 count here to Farwell. Going to be interesting if he gets the sign from Coach Habiger. But as he's kind of been doing here lately, putting some trust into some of his hitters. We saw Mason Lang not get the sign earlier as Coach Skelton giving some words to Frazier in the on-deck circle. The 3-0 to Frazier. Or Farwell in there for strike one. The two Canadians, very similar last names, are best friends too. As Farwell trying to give way to Frazier and give the Zap a couple of runs here. Moreno, good job to get back into this one. The 3-1 swung on and missed for strike two. Just like that, the count is full.
And that was ball four there for Ty Farwell, but you can't blame him for wanting to be aggressive with runners on second and third, a chance to really dig into this lead. A base hit will make it a one-run ball game. See if he can keep the inning alive here with a full count.
3-2 here to Farwell. Payoff pitch, delivered, fouled off.
Just kept himself alive right there. Knew that one was probably going to catch part of the zone. It was kind of an excuse-me swing, but he got a piece of it. And that's what you've got to do. Just keep fouling off until you get your pitch or you get that ball four and head down to first base.
As the Zap trying to keep this eighth inning alive. As Richard Gilmore
getting time here for something. Not sure what. I guess a new baseball again.
Richard Gilmore, the late addition to this umpire staff. It's potentially going to come in relief as that one ball gets tossed out. The payoff pitch, 2 away, ducks on the pond to Farwell. That one swung, hit sharply to the second baseman, over just in time, lofted that one. Farwell just missed it by a step. Witt put a lot of loft on that one. Farwell tried to sneak in but was unable to. The Zap put 2 across, cut the lead to 7-4, heading to the ninth.
Things in life you can't control. Your in-laws just bought a new house right next door. Construction is behind schedule, so you have to detour to work again. That car next to you just lost control and swerved into your lane. Things in life you can control. Wearing your seatbelt. In South Dakota, over 55% of those who die in a car crash aren't buckled up. Control what you can. Always wear your seatbelt.
Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Dunes Golf is celebrating their 30th anniversary this summer. They look forward to seeing old friends and new acquaintances on the driving range and on the course throughout the summer. Play 9 or 18 holes. Pay by the round. Save with a punch card or become a member for unlimited play. Dunes Golf is a great location for group outings or a summer play day. Call 605-223-2525 or see golfdunes.com. Just 1 mile north of Fort Pierre on Highway 1806. Dunes Golf.
Get ready, Central South Dakota. Oahe Days in Pierre is back, June 20th and 21st at Steamboat Park.
It's the annual music and arts festival you don't want to miss. Live music, amazing food, local vendors, carnival rides, a beer garden, and so much more.
Friday night, it's 90s party band, the Mallrats.
And Saturday, country fans, Struggle Jennings takes the stage.
The 3 bands each night start at 5 p.m.
Grab the full lineup and details now at oahedays.com.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Zap cutting into the lead a bit. We head to the top of the ninth inning. They trail by 3 after getting 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Josh Porter back on the mound for the Zap. Trying to keep this one close. Justin Coward alongside Dylan Beecher in the broadcast booth as the first pitch is down and in for ball 1. It's a nice couple pieces of hitting. You know, we talked about how the Zap have had opportunities to score runs. They were able to get 2 across there. Ty Farwell almost legging out the infield hit. As that pitch just misses a bit outside to Brody Barker. Count runs 2-0. And that just kind of goes back to how big that 2-run home run by Hunter Billingsley was there in the last top of the half inning. 7-4 lead for the Spuds. Porter misses again high. Count runs 3-0, and you really don't want to put the leadoff hitter on with a free pass. We'll see if Porter can fire a strike here, get back in this count. And he does just that.
Just got to keep things where they're at. All momentum trending in your direction. Just trying to get it back to the hot bats.
Absolutely, and the Zap have put runners on all night long. They've really done that throughout these first two games of this series, as that one misses outside and Barker draws the walk. So that'll give way. Jack Opine has been subbed out of this ball game earlier, giving way to Cody Clausius, who made a couple of nice glove work plays over there at first base in the bottom of the 8th inning, but he wasn't able to get anybody to the bag in time, and Zap got a couple infield hits out of it, scored a couple runs off of them. And we'll see if Porter can get a ground ball and possibly turn 2 here. First pitch to Clausius, up and away for ball 1. And well, to get that ground ball, you got to be firing strikes. Love to keep the bottom half of this order up to the plate here in the top of the 9th. Runner goes. This one driven to left field. Back goes Alex Jackson. He's going to get the catch and the first out of the inning, and chasing back to first is Brody Barker. So big first out there for Josh Porter. You don't want to get back to the top of this lineup. That'll bring up Stone Bassick.
As double play could get it back to your team, and you got 2, 3, 4 due up for the Zap.
And that's just how big those 2 runs could be. Get a couple guys on, and one swing could change things. First pitch to Vasic is in there for strike 1. Seven to 4 Spuds lead. They scored 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 4th. As Vasic chops this one down the 3rd base line, going to turn and curl foul. They scored 1 in the 6th. They hit that 2-run home run in the 8th to get them to 7 runs with 6 hits and 2 errors. The Zap took the lead early in the bottom of the 1st with 1 run, but they didn't score again until the bottom of the 7th. Scoring 1 there, and then of course the 2 in the last frame in the bottom of the 8th. Vasic wants to call timeout. He's got a friend flying around in his face. Might want to get used to that there, Stone.
I feel like there's plenty of friends flying around with the sun going down now.
He steps back in, count 0-2. Porter deals, up and away, fire down to first, trying to get him, in a nice play there by Vince Palizzi to keep that ball in the infield dirt. Barker went back sliding, but if that got by Palizzi, Barker surely would have been at second, taking the double play out of play. That was a risky throw there from Ty Farwell. But again, Farwell has been aggressive all night behind the dish and at the plate. The 1-2 in there for strike number 3. And Stone Vasic goes down looking. That's the 2nd out of the inning.
3rd time the beer batter's gone down tonight, but I don't know if there's any more alcohol sales here in the top of the 9th.
That's right. You can still get over to Oahe Days and have a couple ones. I don't know if they'll honor the beer batter. So Porter 1 out away from sending it to the bottom of the 9th inning. Porter takes a peek over at first, now delivers, and a big swing and a miss for strike 1 to Andrew Witt. Crucial to get out of this inning without any more runs added on by the Spuds. Porter eyeing it up, delivering. Runner goes. Throw down to second. Is going to get over the head of Caden Bazanski, but he did a nice job kind of deking the runner Barker out. Andrew Phillips backs up the play. So there will be no force out here, unless that is at first. Count is 1-1 to Andrew Witt. Order comes set, peeks back at Barker, now delivers. This one ripped through the shortstop. That's going to get into left field to Alex Jackson. Throw coming home, going to be a play at the plate, and he is out by a mile. What a throw from Alex Jackson. Have a night, young man. They try to test the arm of Alex Jackson, and they fail that test. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Zap with a little moxie after the big play. It's a 3-run ball game. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got 3 more outs to play with here at Hyde Stadium.
The summer is here, and you know what that means. The Oahe Zap are back, and we at DRG Media Group are bringing you coverage of every Zap home game all summer long. You can hear all the home Zap games on River 92.7, or you can watch them live on drgnews.com at the River 92.7 station page. The Zap are offering you fans something new every single night. So get out to Hyde Stadium for some Zap baseball this summer. Purchase your tickets on oahezap.com or buy them at the box office. If you can't make it to the game, we've got you covered on River 92.7 Oahe Zap Baseball, brought to you by DRG Media Group.
We head to the bottom of the ninth. The Zap, with all the momentum, they're going to try to find 3 runs here with a new pitcher in the ball game. It's Nick Kambulu on the mound to try to get the save for the Casper Spuds. 7-4 ball game here. But the Zap have found a little bit of offensive prowess here in the last 2 innings. They scored 1 in the bottom of the 7th. They got 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And they've got the 2, 3, 4 in Gavin Frazier, Mason Lang, and Vince Palizzi coming up. And actually, it looks like we might see Aiden Johnson out to hit. He's out warming up. It will be Gavin Frazier, as Ty Farwell was the last out. And so we believe that Aiden Johnson will hit for Mason Lang. We got some rally caps going in the dugout. A couple players with some cups on as binoculars and some towels draped over their heads. Doing anything they can to will a win here. It would be quite the comeback win, and one that could really turn the tides here for the Oahe Zap in this 2025 campaign. It's amazing what one win could do for a team. They've still got to pick up 4 runs to get the win. 3 would tie it. And I think they're looking for only patient at-bats. You got to get runners on. As we mentioned, you can't do it all in one swing, Dylan, but you can certainly do it with these guys that are coming up. Gavin Frazier hit one hard the last time he got up. It found its way through the infield.
Is that an IU football towel? How do we have an IU football towel with the Oahe Zap?
They must have gone into the back of the Impala and scooped that one out of your trunk there, Dylan.
I mean, I'm just more so curious now than anything. I'm going to have to catch up with that guy after the game. Go Hoosiers, baby.
So Gavin Frazier will step into the right-handed batter's box, trying to start off a bottom of the 9th inning rally for the Oahe Zap. Zap have given these fans something to cheer about, that's for sure. Been a quiet game until the bottom of the 7th inning. Kambulu, a right-handed pitcher, will come set, working out of the stretch. The first pitch to Gavin Frazier is in there for strike 1. Good breaking ball. It'll be Frazier, Johnson, and Palizzi. And hopefully for the Zap, as that one just misses a bit outside, we'll see Connor Goldberg, Quinn Ludvigsen, and more. Alex Jackson with a dart from left field to end the inning, catching Brody Barker. Here's the 1-1. That one catches the bottom half of the zone for strike 2. Seven runs on 6 hits for the Spuds, 4 runs on 8 hits for the Zap. Frazier down to his last strike, and he takes ball 2.
Frazier always very patient at the plate, waiting to see one. It's been a nice bounce-back game for him here so far tonight.
It seems like everybody out in the field, even our umpires, are dealing with some of our mosquito friends, or should I say foes. Here's the 2-2 to Frazier, and he rips that one to the second base side. Nice play by Andrew Witt, fires to first, and that's the first out of the inning. So Gavin Frazier did well to put it in play, but the sure-handed Andrew Witt gets the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Aiden Johnson.
Last night it was Jack Opine making a lot of impressive plays at short, and even at the start of this game, Witt has made his fair share of nice plays to save a couple of hits here today.
So Aiden Johnson will step in. Aiden's put one over the fence here at Hyde Stadium. He went over that left field wall with a rope shot against Spearfish. First pitch to Johnson, bounces across the left-hand batter's box, bounces right back to Barker in a barehanded play.
That would have been an interesting one if Frazier was on first, if he was running on it and it bounces right back into his hands.
I guess we'll never know. Here's the 1-0 coming from Kambulu to Aiden Johnson. The delivery. That one misses down and away for ball 2. This Zap offense, no stranger to putting together rallies with outs on the board. Johnson waggling the bat. That one outside, 3-0.
Just what you need. You need to get a base runner on, bring Polizzi to the plate, see if you can't get this going a bit.
Trailing by 3, you can't do it without guys out on the base paths. Here's the 3-0 to Johnson. Down low in the dirt, a 4-pitch walk, and Aiden Johnson will take his base.
He is just so disciplined at the plate. I mean, was take all the way there, and just impressive for a guy who spends most of his college ball pitching.
Absolutely. Here comes Vince Polizzi. See if he can continue the life that this crowd has found. Polizzi will take strike 1 at the top of the zone. Nick Golden waiting patiently in the on-deck circle. He represents the tying run should Polizzi get on. Here's the 0-1 to Vince. Runner fakes the steal. That one off the plate for ball 1.
I'm not sure. I mean, we saw Aiden Johnson steal his first base of his Zap career a few weeks ago. Don't think they're going to test it for his second here tonight.
Well, you never know. That middle infield playing far away from the bag. That pitch down low gets away from Barker, and there goes Johnson. He's on his way to second, and he's in standing.
Speed demon out there. I mean, he was chugging along.
So he saw the ball get away from Brody Barker, took advantage of it. Now he stands at second base. Polizzi working with a hitter's count with only 1 out.
And no double play ball now.
Kambulu with a quick look back at Aiden Johnson, now focuses back on Polizzi. That one taken outside, ball 3.
A great take.
Good patient at bat here working for Vince Polizzi.
This is small ball here. Try to draw your walks and then get some timely hitting to score them.
The 3-1 pitch coming to Polizzi. He deals, and it's ripped down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. Aiden Johnson rounding third, throw coming in. Johnson's going to get in standing, and Vince Polizzi delivers an RBI, and it's a 2-run ball game. So Vince Polizzi going a little oppo, finds its way, sneaks inside that right field line. And the Zap still trailing, but it's 7-5, and now Nick Golden represents the tying run at the plate. And Bryce Van de Wastein delivering some new baseballs to home plate umpire Brian Oakland while rocking his rally cap. He's got his Zap cap inside out. And we'll see what Nick Golden can do. Things cooking here for the Zap. Golden with a couple twirls of the bat. Vince Polizzi a light lead off of first base. Kambulu delivers that one in there for strike 1. A good pitch to start off with Nick Golden.
With Ludvigsen on, you'd love to get him to the plate here with how he's been swinging.
Ludvigsen on deck. And that one plunks Nick Golden. So I think Nick Golden doesn't like getting hit, but he'll happily take that one. That one definitely stung a bit. But now the winning run will come to the plate in the form of Quinn Ludvigsen.
I think that was his most painful one of the year, but he wore it.
But what comes with pain comes pride, and now a quick visit to the mound for Kambulu, and nobody up and warming in the Spuds bullpen at the moment.
9th time he's been hit this year.
And this is all you could ask for if you're the Oahe Zap. It was a 5-2 ball game. The Zap scored 1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. In the top of the 8th, it felt like the dagger came from the Spuds in a Hunter Billingsley 2-run home run, but the Zap manufactured 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. And now they've got 1 here in the bottom of the 9th. And they could walk it off with their rival, the Casper Spuds, here with 1 swing of the bat. Ludvigsen has gone deep before, and if Ludvigsen could do it again, it would be the first Zap win in a game that they went deep. Fans have shifted to the edges of their seats. Kambulu looking in, Ludvigsen standing in the left-handed batter's box awaiting the first pitch. Runners on first and second, and Ludvigsen takes strike 1 on the inside corner. Fans trying to will this win here for the Zap in the bottom of the 9th. 2-run ball game with 2 runners on. Kambulu set. The 0-1 is lifted foul, and now Ludvigsen down to his final strike.
He had a walk-off homer on his mind there.
I think in a game like this, when you just try to fight and claw your way back, and you get an opportunity that every ball player dreams of, it's hard not to have walk-off on your mind. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ludvigsen. Inside, good take, ball 1.
It was his first career grand slam a couple nights ago versus Spearfish. Have to imagine it'd be his first career home run walk-off too.
Then in a rain-soaked afternoon, this on a perfect night in Pier. Here's the 1-2. That one chopped foul into the on-deck circle, and Alex Jackson trying to make a bare-handed play. I think he needs to keep those hands free and clear of any foul balls. So Ludvigsen staying alive. The fans in the Zap dugout starting the clap chant. Do the 1-2 all over again. Kambulu with the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Good pitch by Kambulu up in the zone, and now the final out and the final hope comes down to left fielder Alex Jackson. And how fitting would this be after he just made that gorgeous throw from left field to cut down Brody Barker at the plate to end the top of the 9th. He could end the bottom of the 9th in the ball game here with a swing of the bat.
If he could just get one of those line drives to fall, could likely score both of these runners with the speedy Golden at first.
Absolutely. He put 2 balls in play, both right to the left fielder and the center fielder. And the first pitch to Jackson is up and in for ball 1. He, like Ty Farwell, has hit the ball very well today. The only issue is there have been Spuds right in the way of those 2 hard-hit baseballs. Kambulu set, deep breath, and the 1-0 to Jackson. Lifted foul, strike 1.
A lot of room out there, especially if he pulls one down this left field line.
There sure is. You got Matt Marsick playing way towards the center field spot as the left fielder. Got all kinds of room down that left field line. If he could just find one in there. Here's the 1-1. Jackson lifts this one down the right field line, but turning foul. And now the Zap are down to their final strike. Some of those younger fans not wanting to run after that foul ball. They don't want to miss this action. And I don't blame them. Alex Jackson trying to keep the hopes alive. Here comes the 1-2 from Kambulu. Up high, ball 2.
Good take.
And a tough one to take there, too. You know you got to defend the plate. But he lets it sail high. Works the count back even. We haven't seen a walk-off win here yet for the Zap. Could it come here? The 2-2 pitch to Jackson. Swung on and fouled.
I don't know how he got contact on that one.
He just barely did. Grazed a small part of that lumber. And bounced back to the backstop, so he lives to see another pitch. Again, we do the 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 runners on. Zap trailing by 2. The pitch from Kambulu is called strike 3. So that'll end the ball game. Alex Jackson goes down looking. The Zap had a chance, but they can't get it done, and that's a tough way to go out if you're the Oahe Zap. They lose 7-5, and they almost come back, but they'll try again tomorrow. We'll step away here for a moment. We'll come back and recap all of it for you on River 92.7.
Thinking of travel? Pierre Regional Airport offers non-stop flights to Denver. Starting August 1st, book your destination at united.com. With United Mileage Plus, you can save more by earning miles when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. 1-hour flights to Denver and the world beyond. Avoid the crowds, avoid the drive, and enjoy free parking when you fly from Pierre Regional Airport. United Airlines in Pierre starting August 1st. Skip the drive. Fly from Pierre.
We're good at making excuses for things we don't want to do.
I can't work late because my cat has a job interview.
Unfortunately, we're also good at making excuses for things we shouldn't do, like driving drunk.
There's nothing on the back roads but cows.
The truth is, there's no good reason to drink and drive. Not even if you stick to the back roads. If you drink, don't drive. No excuses. Brought to you by the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, South Dakota Broadcasters Association, and this station.
If you're interested in becoming a valued sponsor of an Oahe Zap broadcast, you can contact us for more information at sports@dakotaradiogroup.com or call us at 605-224-8686.
Hey, Zap baseball
Tough way to
fans,
go
it's
for the
Justin
Zap
Cowart.
as they fall 7-5, and a chance to walk it off would not come to fruition. As we recap this game for you, Zap took the lead in the bottom of the first, 1-0. The Spuds tied it up at 1 in the top of the second. They got 3 more in the top of the fourth. They got 1 more in the top of the sixth. The Zap would come back, score 1 in the bottom of the 7th inning, answered by 2 from the Spuds in the top of the 8th. Zap scored 2 more in the bottom of the 8th. They scored 1 more in the bottom of the 9th, but they left 2 stranded on the base paths as they fall 7-5. And as much as a win right there could have shifted the momentum of this team, this loss hurts equally as much, Dylan.
Yeah, and it feels like just every one of these losses more painful than the last. And the Zap out-hit the Spuds tonight and just weren't able to put enough of them together to come back into this one.
So the Zap will leave down 0-2 in the series, but they'll look to try to come back and get one tomorrow afternoon. They'll take on the Casper Spuds at 2:30 tomorrow. We'll have the coverage for you right here on River 92.7 beginning at 2:20 as the tennis ball toss takes place. And I think one of the big problems for the Zap has been, one, their inability to score runners when they've got them on base, but showing a little bit of offensive momentum there late in the ball game, scoring 4 runs in the final 3 innings. But another big issue has been the walks and how many free passes they've been issuing to their opponents, and that has been leading to runs for their opponents, something that they have to avoid if they want to get the win tomorrow.
Yeah, back-to-back nights with 10-plus walks issued, and a night where you out-hit your opponent and you limited the big innings, it's just a frustrating loss, to say the least.
Absolutely. So, the save will be taken by Kambulu for the Spuds. The Zap leave runners on 2nd and 3rd here in the bottom of the 9th inning. They go down 7-5 one final time for our final score. We'll be back here tomorrow afternoon at 2:20 on River 92.7. We'll have the game broadcast on drgnews.com and the Oahe Zap YouTube. And want to give a big thanks to all of our sponsors at the Pierre Chamber of Commerce, the Pierre Regional Airport, and Venture Communications for delivering us our first inning Fiber Fact. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. For Eli Lewis, our producer, director extraordinaire, for my partner in crime, Dylan Beach, I'm Justin Cowart saying so long, good night, have a great Saturday evening. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon at 2:20 right here on River 92.7 and streaming on drgnews.com.
This broadcast of Oahe Zap Baseball was brought to you by DRG Media Group and its sponsors. The next home Zap game will be broadcast right here on River 92.7 and drgnews.com. Thanks for tuning in.